because it's funny.
We all deserve funny things.
No, I think Doctor Who's just silly like that. They constantly make up bullshit like, "Oh, this is the most important thing ever," and "Oh, this has always been here," and like it's constantly happen. They fucking change the entire world and then they change it back. That's the show. I mean, if the episodes weren't good, that I understand. But like the integrity of Doctor Who isn't much to, you know.
We're live, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, okay, hey.
Hey guys, are you ready to watch Dive win the lottery?
Oh,
Oh,
right,
yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was speaking
folks,
with Mooney
that's
about that
something
earlier. How many people are in the lottery?
A lot.
Everyone here, I think.
Can you give me like an estimate?
Sure, give me a second.
Yeah.
Also,
At
are
least
we...
a couple 100,000.
No. Cities aren't that big in this technology. I mean, maybe if this is a capital city. Is this a capital city?
Okay, hold on. I have math to do.
Okay.
Here you are. No, goddammit, don't play an ad. My infinite hatred.
Alright. So there's roughly 11,000 people who live in this city.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then there's also a frickload of tourists.
Yes, and most of them are in the drawing.
I imagine it's a bit more dense than that. But the drawing is representative.
Oh, no, I meant the drawing to... Not the map.
Oh, yeah, okay. The draw for the lottery, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if they decide to have a drawing for the lottery.
Right, yeah, you don't... Right. Well... Most
They
people
have a
will
drawing
be...
for the lottery. The guy draws someone, and it's whoever the drawing looks most like.
Okay, so in 1500, the city of Copenhagen had 10,000 people. So that makes sense.
You could add a couple thousand for magic being an advancement that they didn't have.
Yeah, in 1650,
I
they had
literally
30,000.
No, hold on. I literally looked up a city, a 9th level city, 9 blocks. 9 blocks, which, like...
Oh, that
this
makes
might
sense.
be a bit smaller than 9 blocks, but it's near 9 blocks, is between 2,000 and 2,500 people. Sorry, not 2,500. 2,000 and 25,000 people.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I split the difference and said, like 11,500.
So if we assume like 70% of the people here, that's 7,700. So the odds, so there's 3 things if any particular person we know wins the lottery. 1, random chance. Very unlikely, but possible. 2, Boogie had rigged it. 3, someone else had rigged it.
Yeah. But that's gonna be in a couple of days.
Yeah. Should we all sign up for that to increase the chances of anyone in the party winning the lottery? Or do we
I mean,
just
I'm
want to
not-
leave Dive to her own thing?
Just leave Dive for the guarantee win.
I mean, Eshe is gonna sign up for it. She likes a party.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I mean, Nina's currently in full armor, so I feel like, and also, I think she's like acting like Dive's bodyguard or something. So Dive can tell Nina what to do.
Interesting.
Dive tells Nina to go away.
That's a weird decision for Nina to make.
Well, I mean, Nina was like, "What should I did the thing last time where I didn't show up for real, and I should probably keep doing that thing. What should I have as a disguise?" And someone suggested full armor. I think it was Dive.
No, I
Womanly.
don't think it was me.
So Nina's in full armor.
Hmm.
I have a,
yeah.
I have a. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I have a decision to make, and I don't know what to do.
To make Dive win. Smile.
The decision doesn't involve Dive, unfortunately.
Someone find a way to make Dive win. Smile.
I don't know if you want to win this.
Never mind.
Be careful what you wish for.
Oh dear.
I have a.
Look, my brain was like, if I were to think of narratively what would be the most likely to happen, it would be that Mira wins one spot.
Yeah.
Wait, how many spots are?
Two.
Two.
You have to
Ah.
fake
No,
Mary.
one. Okay. No.
No,
One
yeah.
is one is chosen, and the other is one is chosen by random, and the other is chosen by the winner.
It depends on the previous year how they decided to do it.
Oh.
So sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's random for both of them.
I see.
Okay. Do we know what the choice is this year?
No.
Not yet, no, because the clown
Nope,
didn't tell me.
I mean, I don't
Is
know
this-
what you mean. The clown definitely told me what the thing was.
He told you in incredible detail.
Oh yeah, I know everything about how it's going to be selected.
Also, Hatter,
Yeah.
I'm messaging you something.
Okay.
I think Nina's gonna sign up.
I mean, if it's a thing you need to sign up for, once Eshe understands what it's all about, then she probably will too.
I mean, if it's about, a party with people, absolutely Percy's there.
Naturally.
No, Nina's not gonna sign up, actually. Unless Hatter makes it like a funny Nina and Dive win. I don't think Nina's gonna sign up. Nina doesn't want to get fake married.
Fair.
Maka's also not signing up. He doesn't care.
Okay. I've made my decision.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And unfortunately, no, I also have another decision to make, but that almost certainly won't affect the campaign until at least next session.
I mean, you could
Oh,
roll
So I
a
have time.
D8000.
No. There was the first one I could have flipped a coin. This one I have to actually
Think.
Think
make
about
a
it.
decision. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am
Yeah,
scared.
I'm ready.
Dive, pick a number out of between 1 and 8,000 and roll a d8,000.
And you have to tell us the number before you roll.
638.
No.
Damn.
Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang
Let's
it.
go
Aw,
gambling.
dang it.
Let's go gambling.
And the polls are off. Dive, you lose.
No, that's Mooney rolling. Listen, I believe in dive.
You get one more.
Roll as dive.
Just win.
And no, you may not just slash roll the number you said.
Ah, damn.
That would be funny.
Call it now before you do it.
Damn it. I don't think how would I cheat the system?
I could feel
That's
you
also
typing.
that's another reason why he hasn't told anyone so they can't cheat, because he knows people will, because people
Mhm.
tried.
Yeah.
People try
I
literally
roll-
every year. That's the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
Look, your options are cheat in the drawing in some way, or try and schmooze the person who actually wins.
Or just live there for like 80 years and maybe you'll get lucky.
I think it's going to be 4,618.
That was actually surprisingly close.
Yeah, because you went for the dead median. Of course it was surprisingly close.
Listen,
You were
I-
trying
Well,
to
no, that doesn't-
mathematically tilt the odds in your favor by finding the average.
incorrect. I chose a random number. It just so happened to be the median. You're giving me too much credit.
Anyway, I'm ready.
Right.
I'm
No
ready.
matter
Sorry,
what
I-
happened last time. And no, you
I-
can't ask me to do it.
R40.
Smarty, what happened last time? Haven't heard from you in a while.
I know that's because last time I did it, I gave a very vague one, and you kind of decided that I shouldn't do it again. But sure, we can do that again. So take a mouthful of water.
Give us an accurate one this time.
Wow, that's so
And that
rude.
giving an accurate one implies I actually remember what happened last time and not just try to piece it together from the stuff that I do.
Yeah, there is
Um,
that.
Yeah. So we arrived in Last Light. There was a big fashion party thing going on because of the rumors we saw. I say we, more like Dive. So last time about how adventurous chic is so in right now. So everyone is wandering around with like leather chest plates and big old gambesons and Warcraft levels of shoulder pads. And we are here to find Mira, who is supposedly the daughter of Amira, who is the goddess of passion and
Obsession.
stuff that I don't remember. And we may or may not kill her when we find her. We'll see how that plays out.
Mhm.
Also, before that, there were some scenes that we had in the Luminaris.
Right, yes. Before that, we were at the Luminaris.
Anu and Nina had some scenes where they were at a. I don't remember if that was last episode or session before.
That was
That was my
last session when
No,
they
that
went
was
to the
last session.
detective.
Oh,
Oh,
before,
Was it
No,
last
no,
one
no,
or was
no,
it the
no,
one
no,
before?
no, no,
it was the
that
one
was-
before where they went to the detective office
Yeah.
and found
Yeah, it
out
was
that
the
the
one I-
detective was working with the criminals to
And
keep
it's got a
business
station.
going.
And
I
also
do know
God.
what happened. I do know what happened last session, though. Di went on a nice date with her girlfriend, her other
Well,
girlfriend.
Okay,
That's good.
that is true. They're not going out. I
Di
thought-
went on a not date with her not other girlfriend.
Yeah, Dive just dragged Stelianos off to have a nice relaxing time where they just had like a good talk, and
Cool.
Dive spoke to Stelianos about hiring the kids for an apprenticeship, just so that they can learn, they can be close to someone that I trust, and also so that Stelianos has some weight off her shoulders. Stelianos said maybe they had a nice burger time. They left, and then when Dive went back, she said,
Oh yeah, by the way, thanks for the date. Bye.
and Stelianos like, "What the fuck? No." Meanwhile,
You had a
the
very
monkey-
nice not date.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the monkeys went off to a library in the Hearts district, I believe.
It was the Temple
Yeah,
of
a
Amira.
library
Was it
of
Temp-
They
Temple-
went to go get some information on Amira,
Mhm.
and also possibly Mira without strictly saying Mira.
Yeah, but there was
Uh,
nothing there.
And then
On
Sharon
Mira.
ensued.
They got bits and pieces, but nothing really like solid to go off of.
Yeah. And Amira is apparently too fucking fickle to have a favorite place, or even a place that they sometimes come back to be like, oh, my friend died here. Sad. I'm gonna brood for 2 hours every 10 years. No.
Amira kind of, from what we gathered, Amira lives in the present. Amira doesn't really care so much about having like
anything she's
a
not
place-
interested in at this precise
Yeah.
moment.
anything she is not currently interested
Sorry,
in
Dave.
right now. She doesn't give a shit about. She is living in the moment and will continue to live in the moment for possibly all of eternity.
Well, I hope it's not all of eternity.
So finding
For as
them is
long
gonna
as
be
she
a
continues
pain
to
in the ass.
exist. She will continue to live in the moment for as long as she continues to exist, however long that may or may not be.
But I'm the one who got that wrong in the first place.
Yes.
Yeah, that seems
Okay.
that just about sums it all up. So, you
Dive
are
is some
in
clown shit.
right. You did.
Dive
some
is doing
clown-
some clown shit.
You found one of the clowns. You found the arch clown of Canterburg.
Did you register your egg?
If that existed in this world, he has.
No. Did Dive register her egg?
Dive wasn't doing the clown shit, so Dive doesn't need to register the egg.
Oh, okay.
Egg of plague.
Clowns.
Every
in-
clown has to register an egg with their
Oh,
own
right.
unique clown marking on it to the clown museum.
Yes.
Correct. When they graduate.
When they go professional,
Yeah, when they go
In
professional.
the
When they
US
graduate.
of A.
when they graduate from clown college, which is
A real
still a hilarious thing that exists, they have to register their own unique clown makeup to the clown clown
clowning-
museum.
Clowning is serious work.
Clown
Clowning
college
is-
is a real college that teaches real clownery to real clowns
Yeah.
and also other
And-
things.
You can be a college clown dropout. I actually know someone who dropped out of college, who dropped out of clown college
Oh,
because the person running the clown college was incredibly racist.
Ooh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So he now introduces himself as I once dropped out of clown college.
Clown college
You'd
dropout.
think with all the white face paint, you'd see that everyone is the same.
Ooh.
Hi, my name's John. I'm a clown college dropout.
This makes me a better clown, actually.
I mean,
There
he
are,
has
there
a
are,
whole.
there are legit rules for clown work. I heard the listing, and like one of them is like
Mm,
you cannot talk about, you can't address someone in uniform as like, you can't bring outside things to
Inside.
work to a person who's in uniform. So if you have
You have to
problem
keep
with them
work.
outside of clowning, you need to keep that out while they are in uniform.
It's like having if you have an issue with a YouTuber, you can either have an issue with the person themselves, or you can have an issue with the person that they portray. Like a good while back, I like Felix did not have an issue with Felix whatsoever. I could not fucking stand PewDiePie for the life of me. And they are the same person, but also
But not.
separate people.
It's a persona.
Yeah, I could not stand the persona, but I had no beef whatsoever with the actual person.
So
Anyway,
yeah, you have Dive. While you have been designated as the distraction by the Arch Clown of Canterbury. I must say his full title every time. He earned it. He's kind of like ducked behind like the freestanding curtain that he's put up. And now people are like looking at you. Like, this show's essentially over, but people are looking at you and expecting like you to tell the secret. And he's kind of skedaddling, letting you take the heat as he leaves. They are all eating. They're not chickens. There's some kind of other large fowl. But they all like waiting to see if you do anything else or if you say anything else. What is everyone else doing?
Eshe hasn't been doing anything specific. She's just been taking in the sights and sounds and interacting with people. If you want me to try and be more specific, don't be afraid to say.
No, that's okay. All right. What's Mako doing? I suspect Zero has stepped away.
Zero's probably stepped away.
What is Percival doing?
Hands over to
What
Martin
he
and
does, what he does best, schmoozing with the people.
Alright. Yeah, people are here for the show. These are people that have at least some amount of money. At least the tourists. And they're here to have a good time, because even if they don't get picked, they probably won't get picked. It's a party.
Oh yeah, just because you won't get picked to be the special party person doesn't mean you can't still enjoy the party.
Yeah, you can also be like, oh, chosen one, won't you grant me this thing? And if it's funny enough, they might go like, yeah, let's do it. So you can still get things out of the situation. Even if you're not one of the chosen. So yeah, people are here. Make me a diplomacy check real quick.
Okay. Not my best, but still pretty decent.
You talk to some of the locals, because you're not just here.
That's what I'm
you're
here
talking to
for.
Yeah, you talk to some of the locals, and they don't say names, but they are a little worried that someone in town, they have a specific person in mind or specific people in mind, but you don't know the names, are going to try and pull a stunt. And not in a here for the good time kind of stunt, but a this is going to disrupt celebration kind of stuff.
Someone's plotting a prank.
Yeah, maybe. People are worried that someone is plotting something. Some
There
people are more.
there are signs.
Yeah. There are people that are like, it's just gonna be a prank. Someone's gonna do a thing. It's gonna disrupt the thing, but it's not gonna. It's gonna be harmless. Some people are legit like, no, it's gonna be malicious. These people need to be stopped. They were blight on our town, and they need to be stopped.
The general consensus is there's going to be a prank, but everyone has their own theory on the
Yeah.
intensity of it.
Sometimes you get a sense of prank, maybe protest, maybe
Something
something-
disruptive is going to happen.
something disruptive is gonna happen. Yeah. But they don't say names. You didn't roll high enough to get names, so like they have people in mind, but you don't know who.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for anyone that might be, trying a bit too hard not to be inconspicuous.
Roll me perception. And while you're doing that, Nina, are you being bodyguard for Dive? Are you like hanging out like off in the distance watching Dive make sure nothing happens to her like you said, or?
Well, actually, I remember what I was doing last time, and it was getting familiar enough with the city to have
Right.
street bites.
Yes. Right. Yes. Ah, I see. Right. Okay. So, Pussy, you don't notice anyone in particular. But you keep a general eye out.
Oh,
Nina.
you're still going to keep an eye.
Until you notice the tier 9.
Nina, you spend time getting used to the city. You discover something unusual that you didn't see on the first pass through the city because you didn't really spend you didn't spend any time here. There appears to be a homeless population of some kind.
Yep.
You can kind of make them out in like, they're not out in the main streets, but you can kind of like see the signs of people, like, what's the old equivalent of cardboard? Burlap. But you see like mats of burlap like laid out in spots like kind of down alleyways and a little behind buildings that would like indicate like this is probably someone's sleeping spot. You don't see any of them right now, but you're aware there is a population of them here, which is exactly what that's the kind of thing you would get by being able to eventually roll streetwise. So that's why I'm giving it to you. Zero, you back in.
Yeah, let Eli ask the thing first.
I was just gonna say, is this the town where there was the big line of people waiting to get into, like, the performance thingy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that related to that?
The homeless thing related to that?
Yeah, because, it just, homeless,
no.
a bunch of people outside the town.
That was, so, when I say homeless, I do mean inside the city, not outside the city, which does seem to have a, like, shanty town full of actors.
Okay, that's what I was remembering. Okay.
Yes, that is what you're remembering. 2 separate groups.
Got it.
Yes, Zua, what are you doing?
Sorry, I stepped aside to make chicken noodle soup to make my throat
That's
stop
important.
hurting.
Good decision.
Maka is currently on the tippy top, like Batman, on one of these giant tower thingies.
Okay.
And is looking down at everybody. He spotted Dive earlier, because Dive made a fool of herself.
I think I was pretty cool.
He's putting on just kind of a very... You don't know if he's putting on the aura of a very vapid, like, man who is walking around and is not really going to pay attention to any of you. You don't know if he's putting that on or if he truly is just not just like that.
Hmm.
But he is going to eventually, when he finds a spot in the crowd in which is not too populated, he will fly on down. And generally, he wants to get the scoop on what the new play that Lady Mira is putting on.
Ah, so
He will not be able to roll good, but he wants to just be like, tell me things.
there is a when you first came through, because it was really hard not to notice it, that line of big ass people that was trying to get in, you noticed that the playhouse had like posters up of the play they were performing. And so you like, that's probably where you should stop by first, just to see of like what does it say. And you notice that it is it is how best to describe this. It is a pretty standard play you would expect to find out in this world, like the equivalent of like Hamlet or something like that, like a classical play that, you know, you expect to see. Except, underneath all of that, it does state that it will be done through dance. The entire play will be a ballerina number. It is not
Nutcracker.
usual. That play, no. If Nutcracker is a dance number. It's a ballet. This play is not meant to be a ballet, but it is being
Hamlet
put
on
on
ice.
as it is being put on as a ballet. And
Fascinating.
Maka, you notice something else. The posters show like, you know, a line of like infinite ballerinas, all roughly that all look very similar to each other, but they look very real. Like, not painted. Not.
He finds it interesting because I actually don't think that might not be as stunning to this monkey in particular.
So no,
I'm not
you've seen
sure.
photos before, but
I was about to say.
you haven't really seen photos here.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Photo-
like
photos
we had
are weird
spaceships. Photos were
Yeah.
reasonable. Why does Mira have photography?
Yeah, a little weird. Now, notably, you do see that, although it is a photograph, 100% it's a photograph, you can tell that there's been, like, touch-ups to the photograph that are clear, like, master craftsman paintwork done.
I assume it has color, but it's not supposed to have color.
Yes, exactly. You can tell that this is a, like a sepia tone, 1 or 2 tone color scheme photo that has been touched up with real color. By a master, notably, but it's still a real photo.
It could be ye olde Photoshop, and that's not even a joke. That's what Photoshop is named after. The shop in which people modified photos.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you get, like, old-timey photos of ghosts and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Maka takes
It looks a little bit like that, actually. If you think of those old ass photographs of, like, you know, people sitting down and they kind of like, you know, they had to sit for like 20 minutes. It looks like that, but with color.
interesting. How many posters of this are there?
Of this one particular one, like 6, 3 on each side of the entrance. Like you know, they have the big frame, like coming soon movie poster, but it's the play. But you can tell that there is like a kiosk, with like not a kiosk, but like the center room that like a ticket booth, but not quite the ticket booth, has another big poster on it that has a beautiful looking woman on it, in ballerina attire, early to late teens, hair, makeup, crown of jewels, full bit, but she's like special somehow. like she's being singled out, and it says below, featuring Telsala Vinwood.
Fascinating. Maka, luckily, this is Maka not being as much of a dick as he could be, as he reaches up and simply takes one poster. This is his now.
Make me a thievery check.
Secret or public?
Public.
Okay, I'm gonna add my fuse tools here, because I can remove it without breaking the wax too much and ripping it.
Yeah. Yeah, so essentially, like, yeah, this is
He
like
pulls
an
out like a
official
small, blunt knife and like puts it under and quickly swipes around.
I would also like a stealth check to do this quietly. Well, no one noticed you take one.
It's almost like I'm really good at these things.
You want to re-roll that last one?
Do I want to?
Wish I could share with you. I'm up to my eyeballs in hero points.
I have two. You know what? Sure, he'll reroll. He honestly doesn't actually care if someone sees him, because he's like, I don't fucking care about you people.
You swipe it incredibly quickly. No one notices that you've taken it. You don't know how long it'll be until someone notices it's gone, but no one knows that you took it.
He deftly, like, and properly rolls it in, like, a scroll and puts it into the, like... You know how Maka's outfit looks, where he's got one shoulder covered by his outfit, but the other one is loose? He does that thing where, like, people will rest one arm inside the outfit, and he stows it in there, and he smiles to himself as he's like, Onyxie, I believe I have quite an idea for something I would like to craft. I'm going to see where I can purchase marble.
Well, Mr. Monet, I think in this town it'd be weird if you didn't find any.
He smiles. He is going to craft something devilish. And he just walks away like he fucking owns. Like, he doesn't go into the theater because we have a rule about don't fuck with Mira. But he, like, looks back, smiles in an evil way, and begins walking.
Isn't that the theater?
Like, yeah. He made his way. But he walks away like he fucking owns the place.
Alright.
He's going to own this place.
What was the name of the play?
I don't have a name. Let's just say it's Hamlet. That's Hamlet.
Okay. That's
Alright.
It's Hamlet by way of ballet.
Well, you're not
It's
supposed to
Omelette.
say the name of the play.
No, it's omelet.
That's the other
Oh,
play.
That's Macbeth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Macbeth.
Yeah, and
It's
you're only
not
supposed to
play.
not. And you're only supposed to not say it when you are an actor yourself.
Okay.
It can be like Omelette from the musical I Hate Shakespeare. Or I think it's just Omelette, but you know what I mean. There's a musical about a guy who tried to steal Shakespeare's thing, Hamlet, the biggest play, and he made Omelette before it.
Incredible.
It's a good musical, I like it.
I believe it.
Alright. Let's see how quickly. Nah, it's gonna be a minute.
I'm gonna say this now just so I can get it out the way. Maka is going to spend 10 gold pieces on a slab of marble, which I looked up in archives.
Alright.
How big is it?
It does not say. It literally says marble slab, 10
A
gold,
slab of marble.
10 gold per slab, bulk, nothing.
Okay.
So it can't be that big.
How much would you like me to spend for a statue-sized block of marble?
And why is
Hold
Hanu
on.
not just making it?
Because he wants good marble. He can only make fresh rock.
Ah, fair.
Like,
And
his
marble
powers
takes
make
time
it
to
easier
marble.
for him to shape it, yeah.
Good
but
marble takes a while.
He would have to find a deposit and kick it up. Like, he can't just he can't spawn giant blocks because he doesn't have the feet of marble.
Makes sense.
Typically
Like slabs.
Ah.
Slabs are expensive because they're cut so thin.
Yeah, so standard thickness is 3/4 inch to 1 1/4 inch.
So, like a big old.
Yeah, a slab of marble is meant to be your countertop. So let's find you a block of marble.
Because, yeah, and slabs are expensive because they're cut so thin. A block would be less expensive. Well, would be. There would be less, like.
Expensive by weight.
Yeah, less expensive by weight.
I mean, I was spending 10 gold,
Okay.
so maybe like.
So let's
20?
say this. Let's say this. Let's say you want to how like a statue, like human-sized statue, smaller or bigger?
Slightly bigger than human sized. The
Slightly bigger than
person
human
he's
sized.
gonna carve is probably gonna be like an average, like 5'6", maybe 5'5"
Okay.
something lady, but there's gonna be stuff on around it.
How much does
I'm
a
gonna
statue cost?
She has a massive penis.
So not Greek.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say that you would essentially need 10 slabs, like, together to make that the width that you're looking for, but it's not cut that way, so I'm gonna say 50 gold.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have played. Notable: Maka puts 5 platinum pieces on the counter.
I mean, for someone selling marble, that's probably a much more common occurrence.
Like, he does it and he like looks at his nails as he's waiting for them to get it. He's really playing.
Oh, he's like, the person you come up to is like, where would you like to ship? Like, what shall we deliver this to?
He has like found a place that's near the center of town where people would not mind if a random motherfucker just started carving marble as a
Okay.
like showy thing, because this is the town of fashion and fancy. That's got to be normal. So like
I wouldn't call it normal, but I could see there being a place you can find that.
something like this little area close to where Nina is, I think, like this big old
Sure.
spot where there's no buildings.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
like he's gonna rope it
Oh, yeah.
off.
Sure.
And
do
Do
that.
you have a toolkit for this?
I don't well, I have repair tools and stuff, but like one,
You can buy a
no,
toolkit for cheap.
2, I can buy a toolkit for and I'm an earth geneticist, so I will buy it. I just need to look up what artisan tools cost.
I have this silly mental image of Hanu just earthbending a bunch of limestone out of the ground, and then, Maka just earthbending a lot of limestone out of the ground, and then sitting and saying, and now we wait for a bunch of bugs to come and die on it,
He'll
and
go,
then we'll have marble.
he's gonna go buy he's gonna go buy a toolkit. It's annoying, he doesn't actually have gold on him.
Eshe would be happy to help you.
When you try to buy the toolkit, they're like, "Well, of course you can have the tool. You can purchase the toolkit. However, may I interest you in the fine product of whatever the next upgrade of a toolkit is?"
No. One,
that would be
because
sterling, which would be 50 GP.
which would be 50, and I have goggles of crafting, which already give me a bonus to crafting.
That's fair.
So
He does try to push the more expensive one on you, as you know, you're an artist and you want the best tools, don't you?
he looks at him with such an asshole-like look.
An artist is only as good as the tools, don't you know?
If a master can be made with the tools, they're a pathetic excuse who relies on them. A true master can make beauty out of a pile of dung.
If you insist.
Makamone, chief shit polisher.
He's really like, he's half playing up the shitty artisan, half like, look, I don't need your fucking help. I'm better than
I mean,
you.
I'm not.
I am legitimately better than you.
Here's the thing, though. Yeah, you might be, and your score says that. However, you're gonna find out very quickly. Basically anyone in this town thinks they're better than you for any other particular reason.
Yeah.
Either they
mean-
think they're better than you because they're rich and they have money, or they think they're better than you because they're not part of the common rabble. They're a real artist.
Uh-huh.
Oh man. I'm not sure if Eshe is going to get pissed off or enjoy these people, because Eshe is a real pretentious person herself, but in a very different way.
And then there's Dive, who is.
And then
better
there's
than everyone.
Dive.
Yeah, and
I am
Yeah.
a god.
So yes, you can walk around like you're better than everyone else, and your stats will say this. However, they are also used to people thinking that they're better than everyone else.
yeah, he's putting, like I said, half he's putting on a show. The other half he's like, well, I am better than them. Look, I might,
Yeah,
what I
and-
lack
and
in
in fact-
ambition,
in fact-
I will make up in pride.
And in fact, you're gonna prove to them that you're the best. You don't need to say it. You'll prove it.
I'll prove
Your
it.
actions will speak louder.
He'll prove it. Not to them. They don't matter. No, he's going to prove it to what really matters, in which he is going to prove it to the person who, if looking deep enough, will see the attack on her personhood.
Okay.
I had a feeling.
I'm gonna PM you what he's crafting.
All right then. And while that is happening, let's cut back to Dive.
Well,
Dive. What are you doing after having had your little show with the Arch Clown of Canterbury? Also noting that wherever you go, word has spread that you know how the Arch Clown is going to how the drawing's going to work due to the clown has told you, and people are asking you. Some of them a little bit more aggressively than one would comfortably be comfortable with. Some are willing to bribe you. Those that are willing to bribe you, if you give them a false thing at the start, they're not going to initially believe you, and I will require a deception check to see if you can legitimately get some money out of these.
Oh,
poor
of course I'm going to, and I will.
I was
every one of
thinking.
them.
Like, otherwise, I'm just going to yeah, you lie to them and they believe you, but to actually get something out of it, I will require a deception check.
So Dive is like Dive says things like,
oh, it's going to be a big ball pit, and then one of the balls is marked with a special star on it, and that is what makes you the winner. To one person. To another person is, there is going to be a big bamboo forest, and whoever can get to the tallest tree and find the hidden note there will be the winner.
the other one is,
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. They said drawing, but the guy got a little bit confused, so it's not actually going to be like lots or anything. You're gonna actually have to draw something.
Yeah, one of them with the fucking Willy Wonka finding in a chocolate bar.
Yeah, this was
oh, that's
exactly
definitely
how
going
I
to be one
was.
of it.
Yeah.
How I was hoping Dive would respond by telling
There's
everyone a different thing.
There's a golden bone inside of one of the big birds that they're selling, which you do find out because I imagine for reasons. They're sparrows, the size of chickens. There's a golden bone
Even
inside
those.
of one of them, and you have to eat your way through the sparrow to find it.
No, because that's my friend, the arch clown of Canterbury's chickens. I can't do that.
No, that's not their chickens. They are
Oh.
they have a big fire pit for a long fire pit with a bunch of
Sparrows on a spit.
oh yeah, on a spit that they're slowly rotating and selling off as part of the tourists coming in, and he was there to entertain the people buying while they ate. So
Also, I'm not done.
okay,
Tells one person, "Oh, it's a spelling bee, where every person gets a random word they have to spell, and whoever is able to spell the longest word wins." Ah, there is a big pile of inflated bladders that you have to shoot darts through, and then whichever one has green liquid in, it makes you the winner. And she's just gonna continue to say these bullshit responses. But yeah, no, I'm fully down to take any bribes that people are willing to give.
yeah. So yeah. So you tell people, and they're like, oh yeah, okay,
Oh my
okay,
God.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, hon.
I
I
am
need you to
better than
understand-
you.
Yeah, it was going to take a while. We will get to that in a fucking second. So you're telling all these things, and some people are like, okay, yeah, and they full on immediately believe it, and they go off to do it. With the one you talk about, like it's gonna be out in the forest, you notice that people are leaving, like going off and like check out the forest and see if they can figure it out. There is someone is like, okay, but what's the real one? And this is like, they're making the sign of like, they're willing to give you some money. So roll me a deception check. To just in general, and let's see how much you can make off of scamming these poor schmucks.
She looks left. She looks right. And she goes, "Oh, you're a perceptive one, you are." The actual way that it's going to be done is,
I need to think of a new one. Give me 1 second.
It's a lake jumping competition. You have to go
no,
down
that is a
and
good
jump.
idea.
they've hidden a bunch of items in the lake, and whoever pulls out the special thing that only the chooser knows what it is, if you pull that out of the lake,
She's gonna say,
like there's a bunch of rubbish and things that people have dumped in the lake. If you can clean it out and clean the specific thing that's been designated, then you're the one that gets chosen. It's doing a little bit of good for the community, you know?
Make me a deception check. If you roll high enough, you actually get additional information based off that comment. I need you to re-roll that. Well, okay, yeah, there you go. There we go. Okay. You hear them say, you hear him mutter something about, of course, no one will want to go with the homeless hangout. Of course that's where he's hidden it. And palms you some coins and runs the fuck off, presumably to the lake. Gives you... Yeah, you get 3 gold.
Gotta love fucking sending people on a wild goose chase to clean the local environment.
She has ruined the local environment.
They were too enthusiastic. It's now gone the other way.
They disinfected the fish.
I found the item. Pulls out a beaver. Still alive. Very upset.
The beaver bites him.
Very confused. Yeah.
I found the item. Pulls out a plug and the ocean starts draining.
Put it back, put it back.
The lake was artificial, didn't you know?
I think I found it. Holds up a pair of seashells tied together with a string. Gets slapped by a roaming mermaid who takes her bra back.
Oh,
Hey,
that's
honestly,
so
even if I
fucking
don't, even if I ain't the winner, I am definitely winning today.
funny. Oh goodness. Okay. Yeah.
Any other
okay,
bribes?
so- Oh yeah. I'm just gonna take your what you rolled in general. Let me roll 2 more. All right, you get 7 more gold throughout the day of people trying to bribe you.
Very nice. I think with the case of what the guy said, Dive has inferred, okay, so there is a bit of a homeless, like, not epidemic. That's the wrong word for use it. There's a bit of a problem with people helping the homeless, people being homeless. So Dives, one of them. In fact, the thing that she says to both of them is, a designated homeless person has a reward that they will give out to whoever helps the most homeless people.
Roll me a deception check.
This is
gonna-
going to ruin the homeless population. The backlash is going to be incredible.
I'm going to nanite search.
Okay.
Probably a good idea.
While you glow when you do it,
Whoops! I rolled that non-secret. Would you like me to re-roll it secret?
No, it's fine. 31. Jesus, you're tie. Okay. Good thing you're not at such, actually. So they 100% believe you, again. However, when you say this, there's a moment, there's a look, they believe you, and there's a look of like, aww, and they say, I don't want to talk to those kids. Oh,
Kids.
fine.
Dive is going to, if they start making their way over to the homeless population, Dive
Yeah.
is going to follow.
They actually start heading south, towards the lake. Towards the pond, yeah. The lake.
Dive
Well-
is going
About
to follow.
Nina, having figured this out last session, apparently, is going to probably just be there.
As a knight? Or do you switch outfits before you show
I
the
think
fuck
I'm
up?
going to switch outfits.
Yeah, okay. it's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Ellen will never not be a shapeshifter to at least some degree.
Yeah.
Hey, when you have a niche, you have a niche.
Yeah.
I suppose I don't get to complain about that, given what I write about.
Alright, while you figure out what you are. Yeah, Dive, you head down to the lake. And you on the way there. Not on the way there. When you arrive, you do see that there is two people there that definitely don't belong here, in the sense of like, this is the guy you told about the lake, and then the guy that you told about the homeless. And the guy with the lake is like walking around the lake, and you can see he's trying to calculate like where the thing might be, and he's like on the edge of like just jumping in. And the other guy is like looking around, because he like just shows up just before you do. He's like looking around and figuring out like who do I need to talk to win, and how few people can I get away with doing that. And he's like looking around, and you can you look around, and when he said kids, he meant it in the kind of derogatory term you would call like people in the teens and early 20s
People younger
kids.
than me.
Yeah, yeah. And you look around, and there's like a dozen, 24 people here that are like hanging out, that are like, they look like they are homeless, but they're all within that like mid to late teens, early 20s age. And they are looking at these two people like, the fuck you doing here?
Dive creeps up to the guy that she sent to help the homeless and goes, "You get bonus points if you help them long term." Then walks away.
Bonus points. So it's a point system. And you can see he's calculating. like he's like calculating like, can I just donate money? Do I have to actually interact with these people?
Do I get more points if they're younger?
Yeah, yeah, but they're all like relatively that same age. But they're like looking at him like he's not welcome here.
Some weird man has just walked up to your hangout spot and is staring at you intently.
Yeah, trying to figure something out.
Dive just walks up and goes, "Yeah, what's that?"
Who do you walk up to?
She's walked away from this guy.
Towards
And then-
the
Towards the kids. The
Okay.
homeless people.
They're not all in one group. They're kind of spread out as if the whole park is kind of their territory. But they all are like in little groups. You can tell that some of them are like just hanging out, chilling out with like their friends. Others are like, this is my me time. And still others are like, you can actually see one, he has like a journal out. And like, he's like writing things down and has stopped writing to see what the fuck's going on with like these new strangers that have shown up. It almost feels like a hangout spot for them in every way that could be meant. And you walk up to a group and they like look at you and I'm like, the fuck are you?
I'm a bat. Duh.
That's
Maybe
a stupid question.
a diplomacy check. They just kind of look at you and like, okay. What you doing here?
Oh, I'm fucking with them.
She points over to those guys.
How? Why?
Oh, you know how the like big like event things coming up?
They look at each other and then look at you. There's a delay. Yeah.
Well, she's like whispering, they got it in their heads that I know what the process to cheese is. So I'm taking advantage of that. Just to have a little bit of fun.
The fuck you tell them?
Well, that guy is about 3 steps away from diving into the lake.
He's literally stripping off his coat.
And that guy, I said, if he is nice to the homeless, he gets bonus points.
Nice
Say.
how?
Well,
Did you just say nice?
no, I said if you help the homeless. And I said that if in long-term help, it's a lot better. Hopefully, he gives you guys...
These two, let me roll real quick. Hold on. These two that are hanging out, okay. This girl looks over at their friend, and they look at each other and then look at you, and they both get a look on their face that you've only ever seen in the mirror. You can only describe it as a shitting grin.
Let's go.
Oh, I've been telling people absolute bullshit answers all day.
And the girl goes, hold on. What would be the equivalent? Hold on. Oh, hold my brush. And hands over their, like their paintbrush that they were kind of, like, fiddling with over to their friend and gets up and, like, goes over to the guy that's, like, looking to help. And the other one goes, I'll be right back. And they run off and they start, like, whispering to, like, within a minute. Like, before the girl even gets to the guy, everyone here knows what the fuck's going on. And now the air changes from what the fuck you doing here to, oh, this is gonna be good.
My work here is done.
feel like you
She's
might have
gonna
unleashed a demon.
You
She's
watch?
gonna watch she's
Yeah,
watching
yeah.
things unfold.
Yeah. They come over, and she starts playing, like, immediately, you can tell, starts playing up the, like, oh, woe is me, a poor girl am I, to have fallen into this life, yada, yada, yada. And even he, who's like, I don't want to be here, I don't want to interact with these fucking people, is like, aww, she fucking laying on thick. And he's like starts. You can't hear from this distance, but he's clearly having a conversation, and he's like starts talking to her, and hold on, I need to see something. Okay. He says something, and she says something back, and his face just fucking falls, like, oh shit, I fucked up. And he starts to panic, and he's like trying to like fix it. He takes off his coat, like this nice looking coat, puts it on her, and as she does this, you can see she like leans into him, and you can see this from this distance, and most other people can't. He's not paying attention, and she slips her hand into his pocket, and then back out again. You don't know what she took, but she definitely took something. And he's like, oh no, and he's like starting to guide her away to another part of the park so that not everyone's looking at him while he's like trying to fix whatever just fucking happened. And people are watching, and you can tell everyone is like talking, but like trying to figure out how they can one up in fucking with this guy.
God.
Yeah. Dive is so happy. Dive should tell more people about this.
The other guy with the lake has trudged waist deep into the lake, and he's like trying to figure out how to start getting items out of the lake. The water, it was decently clear, but as he drudged in, it became too murky to really see into. And you can see him calculating, like, alright, and then he dives into the water, and he's just fishing around in there. And as he does so, you see, like, some of the people, like, look around and, like, just pick up, like, you know, some random piece of junk, and just huck it into the lake as close as they can to him, just to fuck with him.
These really are my people.
There is one person, though, who's watching, and it's really weird to watch them, because they're taking everything in. They're watching these two guys. Roll me a perception check. Yeah, okay. Yeah. They aren't, like, participating in the, like, how do we fuck with this guy, and, like, how do we, like, the guy in the lake. They're watching the two of them with, like, piercing eyes. And you catch their eye, and it's clear they are watching and judging you. Not judging as in, like, poser, as in, like, who are you, and what are you doing here, and, like, actually, like, trying to figure you out. And you immediately notice something. While they're doing this, they do something else that you've only ever seen in the mirror. And they very faintly glow as lines on their face up here, like circuitry down their face. They have...
Oh, they're using Nanite Surge.
They have a line on each eye that goes down, and then out away from their mouth, and then down the chin.
I know that we've established that other automatons exist here, but have we seen any other androids?
They're kind of a little bit of a mix.
Morphed into one?
Yeah, they're kind of morphed into one.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't more unusual than I thought it was.
Dive is gonna go up to them.
You haven't seen a lot of automatons and androids, though, admittedly. They are still very rare, and most people will point out that's because, like, aside, Eldoris made them. Not really, you know how that actually plays out. But no one else, there's no other way to make them, so the only ones that are around are the ones that were around from then. And they go through the, the death and rebirth processes in general, but some of them just kind of go off on an adventure or never peter out, never found again. So they are slowly dwindling over the ages. So they are very, very rare. You do know one of them is a Primarch.
Right, I forgot about that.
Yeah, you walk up to her and she like watches you come up, and she Oh, I know the description is here somewhere. She's built lean, brunette hair, done up in a mohawk. And they are like mid 20s.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how true that is for an automaton / android, because they could look mid 20s but be like 150, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So they look to be early to mid 20s though. She like looks at you. She doesn't say anything. She just kind of watches you come up, clearly like trying to figure out like what's your game kind of look.
Dive. Oh god, how does Dive say this? Dive says.
Beep boop beep boop boop beep.
I mean, I don't know what the language for
Androids.
Android is. It Empyrean? No, Empyrean's the holy one.
It might be Utopian or.
I think it's Utopian for
Yeah.
both Android and Automaton.
No. That's
Yeah,
different.
but you don't have it, unfortunately. But
I have Empyrean. Empyrean, I thought you said was like the space one.
yeah, I think
No.
I think
Empyrean
Empyrean's
is angel.
like celestial. Yeah, celestial, essentially.
Yeah, Dive. What does Dive say? Dive says.
Wow, that's something you don't see every day.
And
She's just looking at you. Hasn't said anything.
She says.
So, where did you come from? Well, that's a bit insensitive to ask. Let me rephrase that.
She is some like she's gonna It's very clear to see that Dive is a robot because like she glitches. You can see the sparks come off of her. She just straight up bugs out sometimes. It's not hard to tell. So she just goes,
never really seen another. I'm not gonna make assumptions. Hi, I'm Dive.
Do you put your hand out to shake, or oh no?
yes, yeah.
You do. She keeps looking at you. She doesn't even look down at the hand. She just keeps looking at you. Arms crossed. She's looking at you. Roll me a sense motive check.
What would that be?
That's a perception.
Okay.
Secret.
Fuck. Well, 21.
Roll a secret. She's trying to do something by not talking to you. You're not sure what, though. But her attention has gone from those two guys to just you now.
So, what do you think of my handiwork, I guess?
She lingers on you for an uncomfortably long time before looking over at the two guys. The dude is drudging up. Not seaweed, but like lake plant kelp and mud covered objects of mysterious note and unknown origin. And he's like looks at it and he's like trying to clean it off and see if that's, you know, he's like excited like, hey, is this it? No, this can't be it. And like then second guessing himself, like maybe this is it. And the other dude, the girl's crying now, like full on tears, bawling her eyes out. And he's like trying to remedy the situation, and someone else has come up and is like starting to talk with him, and he's like freaking out, like he's like panicking now. And she goes,
I'm so proud of them.
and then she like looks over it. She looks back to you. Not bad.
So, I'm just gonna make an assumption and come out and say it. What's an android like you doing in a place like this?
I was born here.
Oh. I wasn't given the luxury, unfortunately.
Of being born.
Well, being born here.
Not a great place to be born.
No, it doesn't really seem like it. Sorry. That was rude to say.
She looks at you, she's judging you. And she like looks past your shoulder at a group of the kids. And she says, she like cocks her head in their direction. What do you make of them?
Well, they know how to make use of a situation presented to them.
No. I mean, what do you really make of them? She's not looking at you anymore, she's looking at them.
I know what it's like to be sort of in their situation. It's not great.
Look harder.
Dive looks.
Roll me a perception check. Would you like to re-roll that?
Sure.
Okay. Alright. You watch them as they are like whispering and giggling at each other about the scenes that you have brought on. They're not really paying attention to you. But one of them you catch under their one of them is wearing this thick, heavy coat. The kind of coat that northern fishermen would wear, the thick, heavy leather, oiled coat would wear. It's kind of patchy, but it looks worn. You get a glimpse of something they're wearing underneath, and it's much finer. Even for the brief moment you can, it looks almost frilled, like a frilled shirt made and probably silk of some kind.
Oh. Are these guys even homeless at all?
Not them.
Oh.
She puts her hand out. Janae McCannon.
Dive deep.
She shakes her hand.
I don't.
Welcome to the city where everything's a performance, even when it's not.
Ugh.
Like I said, not the best place to live. Not the best place to be born. You do good work, she says, looking at the other two now.
Thank you.
You wanna really stir some shit up?
Oh, that will come. Trust me. But first, I want to learn a little bit more about you. If you don't mind.
Well, you're in my home, so why don't we learn a little bit about you first?
Oh, of course. My mistake. Very usual spiel. I am a robot from space.
Does a little bit of a flourish.
I am Dive Deep. I am the daughter of Canaris, the god of time and space.
I love this.
I love how I set the precedent that we don't keep secrets, really.
No.
Why would we?
For one reason or another, none of us really are like, yeah, no. We are with these mysterious... No, we're robots from space.
I mean, I think Eshe is the least likely to say it out loud, but that's just because she's busy gossiping and talking about normal people shit.
She looks at you, and you can tell she's trying to figure out if this is a show or not.
How are you with dogs?
Sorry, what was that?
How are you with dogs?
I'm fine with dogs.
She does her usual whistle that isn't heard. Her dog just comes next to her and goes,
This is a hound of Tinderlace.
She jumps back. Holy shit. Does that thing bite?
Oh, yeah.
She stays a good arm's length away from it.
Well,
Then.
she can bite. She doesn't usually.
Dive says this, and moment tongue lolls out and licks one of
Yep.
his eyeballs.
Exactly. That exact thing.
Mm-mm.
She kind of looks at it like, ugh. Alright then.
yeah, and she's just gonna do the thing that she did where like some of her like nanites in her arm just she becomes the fucked up god part for a moment.
Okay. She still can't tell if this is an act or not.
What else do you want to know?
What are you doing in town?
Oh, well, there's someone that we're here to fuck over particularly hard.
And who would that be?
Oh, have you ever, you know, the
Dive
big
gets a
fat-
rock thrown at her head.
Ow.
Look, like looks around to see what the fuck just said that.
Yeah, she is too. Nina, roll me. What would you roll for to disguise? Is it?
I don't roll disguise. She rolls against my deception, and my deception is DC is 25.
Okay.
Unless I can get my investigation on that.
Yeah, she has no fucking clue.
Okay. But Dive can probably successfully pinpoint me.
Yeah, Dive, roll me a perception check.
Wait, I have a disguise kit. It's actually 26.
Okay. Yeah, Dive, you have no idea.
Well, apparently I don't think I'm supposed to tell people that information. So,
Well, since you
Um,
want to be so friendly, I can keep a secret.
yeah. I don't want to get another rock thrown at my head. And I don't know anything about you. Guess it makes sense.
You know what? I'm gonna fucking roll sense motive against this person. Actually, I'm gonna roll more than sense motive. I'm gonna fucking deconstruct this person's entire backstory from
Yeah,
scratch.
do that.
Ellen,
Yeah, do
do you
that.
remember when you were contemplating if that feat would ever be useful?
Yeah.
You remember?
I mean,
you
I
remember-
could just recall knowledge about anyone, but you know, having the feed on my sheet is kind of funny. Sense motive. Pursue a lead.
I did say this one would be better than the other one too, and it has come up a lot.
And then, right, is that? No, that's mandatory. Do I need a biographical eye to find out this person's this person? I guess I can. It just gives me a decent amount of information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to re-roll that?
No. I'll just make a normal recall knowledge about this particular person once I know their job.
I don't know. You believe they are? Yeah. You. I mean, what does a biographical eye on a failure? What does a
Oh,
failure
it gives me quite a bit of information.
failure? You learn the creature's profession and the region of the world they hail from, but no more. Right. They hail from Last Light, and they do not have a job.
Okay. This is
Well,
a job.
well, officially they don't have a job. You could favorably say that their responsibility is to take care of these people.
Okay, so that's their profession. They're not like an actor out of a
No.
job
No.
Okay.
They are like, they are, as far as you can tell, they are jobless, but they have taken upon themselves to take care of this group of people.
Okay. Would you say
As-
that this person would be under the purview of underworld law?
If
Yeah, homeless people are part of the underworld.
Yeah, let's say yes.
if I could ask real quick, when you say take care of these people, Hatter, do you mean the actually displaced characters or the people who are pulling a charade?
Both?
Okay. Fascinating.
But the way that they called that small group out to dive is clearly they have like contention with the people that aren't actually displaced. But
In a,
seems to take
kind of
care
fucked
of
up
them
you're
all the
pretending
same.
way.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna take care of you.
I guess maybe I should roll this person lore, but I think I'm just rolling a regular recall knowledge check because I can. Biographical guide does not give me any penalty to just rolling regular recall knowledge about this person, and I'm gonna check if they could be trusted to keep a secret and wouldn't be accidentally review it or review it if perhaps someone was like, hey, those are new adventurers in town, what do they want?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Yeah, make a roll.
threaten you. I did it. So let's roll.
Okay. From watching and overhearing Dive's conversation, I will give you a piece of this information. However, Dive,
Mhm.
she says, Janae McKinnon, I woke up 8 years ago.
Ah, I wake up. Oh god, a couple of months ago? No, was it a couple of months ago? I think it was close to a year.
It's closer
Like
to
half
a
a
year
year
than a
ago?
couple of months. Yeah, it's closer to. No. I think it's like 7 or 8 months ago.
Yeah.
I think it's a little over half a year ago.
Yeah.
Hmm.
No. No, that's when you landed. Because there was time on the ship. You were on the ship for a while. So you've been awake probably closer to a year.
Yeah. Yeah, close to a year at this point.
You ever come across anything in your past life?
Oh, there wasn't anything in my past life.
Oh, you fresh.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Alright.
Space, you
Um,
know?
Yeah, space.
So,
Then you figured out lying.
You just here to fuck with someone in town, or you here for someone else?
Well, now I'm here for this cool competition that I found out about.
Yeah.
What about you?
You don't actually know anything about that, do you?
Nope.
Damn. She
Is it
looks
my
off,
turn?
thinking.
Is it my turn to ask questions? How do I know that the things that you're saying and doing aren't just an act?
Did I get the result of my roll?
Yes. So She seems to be legitimate.
Okay.
You, under threat of torture, you don't know how she would hold up,
Hmm.
but you get the sense that she would not tell anyone anything about you out of spite. She doesn't know you, but if someone came up to you and was like, "Hey, tell us about these people," she'd be like, "Fuck you."
Yeah, and she wouldn't be like, "Oh, I'm gonna look like I'm suspicious when someone asks." Right?
How do you mean by that?
If someone was like, "Those new adventurers in town," to a whole group of people, she wouldn't be like, "Oh, I know something. Oh, I'm gonna look suspicious." For someone to pick her out of a crowd.
No. Again, you think she would she'd purposely not give away shit out of spite.
Okay, yeah. Her poker face is pretty okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, Dive, you get another rock thrown at your feet.
Cool.
It has a self-immolating note. It's
As soon
already
as-
burning.
As soon as she sees that this note that is thrown at her is already alight, she goes, "Oh, Nina."
It could be hot. It could be Maka, though.
No, it couldn't.
Yeah, no.
No, Maka
No,
would
Maka
walk
would
up
show
and just
up.
start talking,
Yeah.
Mako would just
Yeah,
walk
yeah.
up and put it in your hand.
and then it would light on
No.
fire.
And
Anyway,
then he would walk up, put it in your hand, and then light it on fire while it's in your hand.
And then
You
walk
pick up the
away
note?
without saying.
And then walk away.
Yeah, she picks up the note.
okay. It says, "Sorry about the rock. I think you can trust this person. Just remember that it's a secret."
She says internally, "Well, no shit, that's what I was trying to figure out. God fucking damn it."
This is not why we're exes, but this is a little bit why we're exes.
Also, and already kind of burning. Also, what are you doing?
She feeds the notes a moment.
Moment lets out a burp, a small little gout of pink fire? It was not pink a moment ago.
Pet. Good job. Say.
I honestly, what I think happens is you like hold it out to Moment. Moment just sticks their tongue out, and I don't know how it's been before, but it almost looks like a frog's tongue now, and just kind of like almost like a JPEG being pulled from its mouth, touches the note, and then pulls it into its mouth, and then it's gone.
Well,
I'm adding the self-immolating note to my items.
Sure.
yeah. So Dive is asked to learn this person's story. Also, can you write their name in lore, please?
I
And
did
pronouns.
actually. Oh, pronouns, right.
Oh wait, this is
Oh, sorry, not Tesla Vin. What? Sorry, my bad. No, I thought I
Something
did.
about their name sounded familiar, but I don't think it's that. If this random robot off the streets was secretly a ballerina that's like super amazing, I would be surprised.
That would be interesting.
Jane.
And they
McKinnon.
do have plus dex.
Or Janae.
Janae.
Janae McKinnon. This name doesn't sound familiar to me at all, does it?
No, I don't think so. No,
I mean,
no,
in the
yeah, it
real
doesn't
world,
sound familiar.
Scotland exists, so there's that.
Yeah.
It
so,
could sound familiar, but you haven't been in town long enough.
Yeah. So Dive is asking about Janae.
What you want to know?
Well, first thing that she asked was, "Are you acting?"
I
If
think it
you
was,
want-
how do I know you're not acting?
Yeah, how do I know this isn't the if you weren't new here, I'd slap you.
That's good enough for me.
She like leans back slightly. She's. I'm guessing they're like up against like a tree or a building. or
Yeah,
something.
she's been like hanging out in the shade of a tree, which is why you didn't immediately notice her at first. She's been kind of like hanging out. You can see kind of like further into the tree line. There's definitely like you can kind of make out an encampment. You're not sure how big or what's there, but it's definitely like you think you make out like the corner of a tent or something.
What about you? Do you know anything from your past life?
Yeah, a little bit.
Anything you want
Enough to be disgusted.
Oh, not great, huh?
That's why I'm out here.
I'm just gonna look at something real quick.
Oh wait, this is an android, not an automaton. That's not okay.
I won't cry if you don't want me to.
You'll probably hear it from someone else. My past life, I was an... She's looking for words. She has one. She doesn't know if she should say that one, so she's looking for another one. A right bitch.
There.
Dive does not pry anymore.
One of my friends in their last life was a devil, like a pit fiend.
When I came out of the grave, I went back home, and I was disgusted by what I saw. So I've been out here ever
I was
since.
disgusted by the weakness of flesh.
Turns out that metal is no better. It is susceptible to time and pain.
Yep. And unfortunately, it's harder to repair. It's just as hard to repair, but in a different way.
So wait, this person used to be human and is now an automaton?
No. So the way that automatons, androids work, is that
Yeah.
eventually they kind of hit a point where they like stop functioning,
Mhm.
and then a period of time later, the body like fully resets, like becomes a blank slate, and then the nanites like
They upgraded their BIOS.
A new soul inhabits the body, and
soul
then the nanites
and
regenerate the body.
A new hand touches the beacon.
But it takes like time for that to happen. It's not instantaneous. So eventually, they died. Were put into the grave, and after some time, you're not sure how long, she came back as a new person. But came out of the grave, and people were like, "Oh, that must be what's her face." Or him, you don't know, because it can change. But she went back to her old home and was disgusted by what she saw, what her past life did or was, or something of that nature. So no, she was an android in her past life.
Do you think yourself as the same person?
No,
Good.
I wouldn't want to be.
Good. You shouldn't, because you're your own person.
Of course I am.
She says.
Not everyone here is. She looks over at that small group again. Not everyone out there is.
Everyone should be able to be their own person.
Oh, they choose not to be.
What do you mean?
She looks you up and down. You adventurer? Or you just cosplaying?
Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm an adventurer. I was trying to like to say something cool or funny, but I just no point. Yeah, I'm an adventurer.
Yeah. No one out there is. And yet,
No.
they want to pretend they are.
Oh, that was my bad.
It was funny. I like you. That's funny. But it's just the same problem again.
Yeah, they walked around with making fun of the way we looked and the way we dressed. So I said, "Oh, that your outfit so last year. This is all the rage now," and they believed it.
Yeah. Well
Not to
done.
mention that one monkey that walked around with like a living boa. That was annoying. That caused a fuss.
But none of them are that thing. Adventurers, less so. But other people when people like to pretend that there's something they're not, glances over at that group again. A bit of an issue.
Mm.
No one seems to care around here.
Yeah. No. Why do you stay?
Leave. She looks at some of the others who, on closer inspection, you don't see anything that would denote that they're pretending to be beggars of any kind. Though you can't see, I'd leave them behind.
Why not take them with you?
And go where?
That's
Well,
the thing
you
about
know.
adventuring.
Go
Oh my God,
wherever
it's
you
not-
feel like.
That's the thing about adventuring. You don't need to go with a destination in mind.
Oh, half these kids don't even know how to wield a dagger, let alone a sword.
Eh,
God forbid if one of them cast magic. They could cast magic after them wouldn't even be in here. Well, actually, maybe they still might.
There's a cool swamp town.
And anyone else is weeks on foot, days if not weeks on foot, and we just have the same problem there. Not being appropriated, but being beggars and homeless.
yeah.
Besides, some
I
of these
understand.
kids still have family. Whether or not they like them is for purport, but even when you don't like family, they're still family. It's hard to cut them away. As much as you need to do sometimes.
Dive has a distant look.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not so easy.
No.
She
Well,
leans in. You really don't know anything about how the chosen is being chosen, huh?
not a clue.
Damn.
Well, what want me to tell you exactly what the the arch clown of Canterbury told me?
Oh. I think I know. If it was him, yeah, I think I know.
Mm-hmm.
That's a shame.
Oh, don't worry. I fully believe that I'm gonna be chosen, no matter what the competition
Why
is.
is that?
Ah. Well, 'cause it's fun. And it
Pops
makes
their
it
head.
feel- It's just sort of a feeling I have.
I hate to keep pointing out that Boogie has no effect on the story whatsoever.
No, I know.
Okay.
I'm not saying it is. This
Okay.
is Dive. And It's probably not gonna happen now that I've said it too many times, but I don't know. Dive magic could still happen.
It's possible, yeah.
Possible.
But if I don't, do you plan on entering?
In a sense.
Oh my god. Okay, out of character. Fuck, Dive doesn't know.
Yep.
Oh, are you planning on causing some problems?
That's why I was asking you.
Ooh, interesting. If you tell me your plans, I'll tell you my plans on what I'm going to do to the. I'll tell you what I have been and will continue to do to the big one running the theater.
Mira.
Oh, you know her.
Everyone in town knows. Maybe we can help each other more than I thought.
Oh, do tell.
This bodes well.
Think as she like puts a hand around your shoulder and slowly moves you into the shadow, the tree line away from everyone else, and begins to whisper to you. We're gonna cut away to a different scene.
Yeah. Oh my god. I like
Admittedly, right off the bat, note.
You-
To make this clear as well, before I explain the overall arcing idea, she does not want you to tell specific members of this little group, especially the guys who are cosplaying being beggars.
No, definitely not. Also, fuck
Yeah.
those guys. Damn.
Everything's a performance. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me read to you exactly. Yeah, she leads a youth and a counterculture movement. While they truly do want to stick it to the man, some in the movement are Some of the movement are just doing it as a form of performance art, different than every other artist in town, so that they're true artists, while completely ignoring the other people in the group that are doing the same.
Oh my god.
Now, she does admit, there's like a handful of them. In like the 24 people here, there's like a handful of them. So there's not that many.
You know, in a fucked up kind of way, that's kind of funny.
A little bit, yeah. But it's still fucked up.
Oh, definitely.
But yeah, so yeah, she you know, that so she's like, definitely don't tell those guys. Also don't tell these other guys who aren't like, they're here because they need to be taken care of, not because they want to or can do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, before I explain everything else to you, so you know not like accidentally say something, let's cut to Zero.
Oh, you mean
Oh, right.
You mean my 40?
Yeah, you're
Right.
not 20,
Yeah.
40.
Your body for marble sculpting.
So would you like me to describe my creation?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
Aw.
You bring out this block of marble, you drag it all the way to town square, and a bunch of townsfolk, you can tell, it's easy to spot townsfolk. They're wearing adventure chic or living accessories or some mix of the two. It's real easy to tell locals from tourists.
This is one
Though
of those rare...
some people are like selling like have this bracelet made of a living accessory, but it's just like that one thing that's not their whole outfit like the locals have, right?
Yeah.
But you've gathered a crowd of both, like someone dragging a whole chunk of marble through town. This is an artistic performance. People are gonna watch, and people are getting together, and in fact, from your angle, it's a bit far away, but people are like going off buying the sparrows, not the sparrows, Is it sparrows? Hold on.
You
It's
did say
sparrows, but they're like
Yeah, sparrows.
turkey-sized.
Yeah, they're the size of chickens, but they're sparrows. Goes off to buy sparrows and then come and watch what you're doing. And in fact, some people have picked up some of the benches that were used to watch the Arch Clown of Canterbury and sat down and started to watch you as you work. And they are like, at first they're like, oh yeah, they're watching, and then they get you can almost tell that they're like the people that are the tourists are like, oh yeah, he's making a statue, that's cool. The locals are like, he's not putting on a show? What's going on here? What's the rest of the show? But you are doing this with such speed and precision and such beauty that's coming out of. You ever see those art pieces where they just like start splattering paint, and then like in less than 60 seconds they make like a whole ass like face of a celebrity or something? It's that level of like, oh shit, he's doing stuff. Things are happening, things are appearing from the marble. And it takes you a couple of hours to do this still. It's still a lot of work, especially with the detail you're putting in. But they are starting to you're doing stuff, you're molding it, and as soon as it's like they're able to tell they're like, ooh, as you're like putting in details and they're whispering things. So describe to all those around what you're making, please.
So, out of marble, Maka is crafting a large marble statue in honor of the new play.
Yeah.
Presenting is the leading lady of the play, notable the character that is being portrayed, not the actress. In a very telling ballet pose, likely taken from that poster he stole. Standing atop a totem, like a large structure with a set of stairs behind it. But it is not like a fancy marble pillar. No, it is hundreds of hands that have pushed from the ground below, palms facing the air, working as the land that she has walked up.
Ooh.
If you pay attention through the jewelry and the dress, if you look at the face is flat. Not a single feature, no nose, no mouth, no eyes. But in place of where the mouth would be is a simple carving of a heart. And at the ankles and wrists, where there is maybe anklets or bracelets, they look to be deeply designed jewelry, but if you look really close, no, that's carved into, like scars. And
people are oohing and eyeing and clapping.
And as he's finishing, he reaches in, and I pull my secret trump card out.
Okay.
I'm going to spend a platinum for this.
Okay.
He had been painting this with a strange concoction that he acquired.
Okay.
And as he is finished painting it, it is a marble statuette, so it is mainly white with the minuscule amount of black that comes with the shadows. But as he steps back, he looks around and he sees somebody with like a cup of water, and he holds out his hand like, give me. And after taking random passerby's cup of water, he throws the liquid into the air so it gently falls on the statue, and every place that the water touches, for a short time until the water evaporates, is stained with color, like the picture that was shot, so that once a blank, colorless image is filled with life and color. But as it falls and glides down the statue, it only looks like the color can be seen if someone were to cry on it. Like tears strolling down a memory. And he stands there, very placid. Like, this isn't what it is. And he nods.
This isn't a big deal.
and he goes up and he does that little carving he did in the Luminaris of the devilish face that makes a heart, and
Yes.
the great sage equal to hell.
Do you have a name for this statue?
Oh, that's a great question.
Someone shouts that. What's it called?
I have a name.
So, I have an idea as well. What's your suggestion, hon?
The March of Passion.
That's,
That's
I
not
was.
bad.
My idea was the walks of life.
The Walks of Life. Oh, both of those are good.
Both of those are stinging if you think about them. I think he goes with Walks of Life because Walks of Passion absolutely gives more idea of who this is attacking.
Fair.
It is the Walks of Life.
At some point, you'll have to explain to me all the layers in which this is insulting.
Oh, there's a
because
lot.
I feel like
There's a lot.
I feel like I'm not
Please.
getting all of them.
Yeah, please describe.
So, it is the play that Mira has handcrafted, this new one, a re-envisioning of an old classic. So, Maka took the lead actress, the big name, what they've done to push it. That hook. Every play needs a hook. Be it the story or one performer who catches your eye, but he stripped away the face. Like Mira has done to so many she said she was going to make famous. They're
Right.
gone. And in where there is no person, the only thing there is the heart where the mouth should be. Almost like they have been kissed by passion. Then there is the hands, which look mainly to be just kind of almost disturbing on purpose. Almost the idea, especially with the idea that like it's Hamlet, which if I remember right has a lot of dead people in it.
Yes.
So it ties into that, but is also a reference to the thousands Mira sent walking to the tundra. Those who walk and now their arms work as a... When you pave a road with bodies, and the only way to get to the end is to walk on those before you, and
Also, the
find jewelry, things that would make you beautiful, but are really, deep down, shackles that have been carved into you, trapping you.
Also, you might have forgotten, but in Diver's vision that she had when she was trying to find Capti, there was a bunch of skeletal arms pointing towards the traitor tiger.
That was also part of it, but only we know about that. There's also the color thing, which Mako is inspired by that one photograph that was colored. And the idea is that he has no control over it, but he really, really wants it to rain on the day of the play. So that as it rains, that this statue will be fully lit up with life. And while the color of the ballerina, it will simply be resting upon a dark, almost painted, mainly darkened in black, but with lines of color that runs through the arms to make something haunting, because the rain will hit it and color it slowly, piece by piece.
Okay.
That is a detailed insult.
But you'd have to know. And why would this singular monkey know? He's just made an image for a piece. This is for a play.
And in fact, as you stand there, having like, you stand back and like taking it all in.
He's covered
like,
in
almost
paint. He's covered in
Yeah.
dust. Like, he's a mess. He knows.
ignoring the crowd because this isn't for them. It was never for them. You eventually like look behind you just because like it's kind of hard to not look at behind you. Eventually, there's a lot of people watching you, and they're like clapping and like oohing and eyeing. People are whispering. There's several people in like fine fine gore and living accessories that are like money talks kind of people. And they're like looking it over and they're like appraising it, you can tell. But in front of all of them is a young man, scruffy brown hair, standing behind a tripod with a weird device on the top of it pointed directly at you.
Oh, he's
And the
taking a
statue.
photo.
Yeah, it looks incredibly like a smaller version of the weird photography setup that you saw in Eldoris's laboratory. And yeah, he seems to be taken. In fact, you recognize the like design as a like old school camera kind of thing, though. Clearly, it's also been modified slightly. There seems to be like a magic crystal and a rune attached to it. You're not sure what those do. But he's like standing behind it, just making sure that like things are fine. And he's like, someone like tries to move, and he's like, hey, making sure they don't like get in frame. But yeah,
I think Maka's like, I have no reason not to let him take this photograph, but he does make sure that right when the camera flashes, he turns his head to look at it. So
That's-
the statue, well, when he hears, like, feels like it's about to click, you know?
there's no click, there's no flash. It just kind of is there.
Oh, you're not.
If it's like an
Photographing.
old-timey camera, it takes forever.
No, he's recording. He's not.
Would you like to make a crafting check?
Yeah. This man doesn't have a camera, he's got a videotape.
Shit, that didn't even occur to me.
So, I think it still happens where Maka turns, mainly so that the camera would only see his, like, glowing red eyes in a blur. But he stops and he's inspecting it.
One moment. There we go. Alright. Yeah, 32. This is... You recognize this. It's called a Light Rider. A Light Rider is a cutting-edge invention. Combining magic and clockwork to allow its operator to create a true-to-life monochromatic portrait of people or scene over the course of 20 minutes.
Oh, it's a slow-acting camera. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though, again, it's modified in some way. This is a Light Rider, but there's something more to it. You're not sure what that is. You'd have to get a closer look. But it seems that he's been doing this for a time. And you think about the monochromaticness of the photos that this would make. Those are the same kind of photos that you saw the posters being taken of.
Interesting. Okay. So, it doesn't do motion very well, right?
So, essentially, because it's over 20 minutes, any motion inside essentially makes, like, a ghostly after image in the photo. And that can be fixed with, like, touch-ups after the fact. But as is, it'll be, like, this statue. You'll see the statue pretty well, but around the statue will be a rough outline of the block of whenever he started to set it up, and then just like blurs of motion around the whole thing as you moved around, but not enough to like ever really make out your image in any real way.
I think what's funny about that is because of the fact that Maka pretty much never has his aura off, it means that looking at him is just a blur with red eyes, because he's always got a swirling clouds and metal and earth.
Yep.
There's
You don't know.
literally, they can't capture his face with that.
Yeah, correct. Essentially, yeah. again, though, the weird, like, little crystalline rune on the side, it is gently pulsing, very gently glowing. The kind of glowing that in a dark room you would barely see it, kind of glowing. But he's just kind of standing there behind it, making sure it's doing what it needs to do. He eventually notices that you're looking at him and just kind of looks up and goes, just kind of like, gives a little bit of a wave. And then points to the machine and then thumbs up.
He nods. He sees no problem with this.
Gives a thumbs up. He also, you notice that he has a satchel slung over his shoulder. And you can see, like, multiple, like, metal plates in, coming out of the thing. And lots of, like, sheafs of paper.
Interesting.
Yeah. But he's there. Alright then. So, someone asks you, one of these well-to-do folks, someone asks you, how much you're selling it for.
Aye, that's rather interesting. However, I will not be selling it until the day after the play is completed. Until then, it is a piece for advertisement. Not advertisement. It is a donation to the arts. At the time in which the play is completed, I will likely put it on auction.
Auction?
He nods.
It could be 5 gold.
He like raised it like 5 gold.
5 gold.
No. He like
I am essentially treating this as a, like, you made income during this time.
okay. Is he?
Oh,
trying...
how much? Sorry, how much did it cost you to make this?
I spent
50?
Like
50 gold.
53.
50 gold. All right. Yeah. So he'll be like 55 gold.
Is he trying to
Sorry,
buy it or?
54. Yeah, he's like trying to get ahead of, like, I'm not auction. I'll give
It
you
also
54
costs
gold.
like 4 gold for the tours.
Yeah, it's around 54 goldish. So he's trying to put his money where before the auction happens.
Yeah. Oh yeah, essentially.
Maka pulls out a small notebook. What is your name, sir?
Wrong set of notes. Oh, I have so many notes in this one place because of everything that's been happening. Elaine Ildor.
He writes it down and he puts next to it 54 gold. I have taken into account your claim. However, I do not wish to take your money until the time of the auction.
Fine.
He's basically saying, I'm not going to rob you. Because otherwise, he would be robbing this man.
Elaine Ildor.
I'm not going to lie. Maka's not even considering if he's actually going to run the auction or not. If he took this man's money, he would be leaving with it and never coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, you are at the head of the line, my friend.
Well, I deserve to be.
He gives him a smile.
This dude is dressed like the way Vanderwood wishes he was dressed.
Yeah. He gives him a very diplomatic face. It is like,
He is wearing the biggest ascot you have ever seen, tucked in with, like, this, like, brilliant gold beetle that in the right light becomes iridescent, that is, like, twitching on occasion. He's wearing this, like, gold and red coat that you're pretty sure is lined with actual gold. Though, actually, no, your metal kinesis, it's not, but it looks like gold. And he has, like, he's wielding, like, this cane, this heavy-looking wooden cane, but the head of it is a cobra, and in his jaws is, like, this solid, like, glass sphere. But you're pretty sure the cobra is also, like, quote, alive, and is, like, looking around and giving out very quiet hisses on occasion as he, like, moves around, moves it around.
Interesting. Sadly, Maka cares very little for this man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that happens. Percival, what are you doing?
Hey.
Anything else?
Yeah, after a bit of schmoozing, he's like, so, actually, while I'm here, could you possibly direct me to, like, I guess, what are they? Playwrights, storytellers? Fancy a bit of a chat. Just while he's, like, schmoozing, just any nearby person.
What are you looking for specifically out of character?
Someone to swap stories with, essentially.
Ah, I see. They tell you that there is a older gentleman who does his act of recounting. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
So how did you guys like my marble statue I put quite a fucking lot of thought into?
Very fun. You did an amazing job.
Oh yeah, that was some good shit.
It's like, I'm you know what? I'm gonna try and be subtle. I'm not gonna be an asshole and walk around saying that she's a bitch all day. However,
fucking
I
love
am
it.
going to just make myself a new identity as this artsman who fucking makes fun of people he doesn't like through very subtle ways you don't actually notice.
People around the world are just going to know you and start walking up to you and calling you Great Sage.
Perfect. According to plan. I
Maka
am the
has
great
become the
sage.
Banksy.
Everyone should call me as such. I am greater than you.
The Marble Sage.
Great Sage, equal to hell. Just wait till I start making fun of the Primarchs.
Everyone's going to get very suspicious when Stellianus doesn't have one, so you just do like a minor roast, like... I'm trying to think of a minor roast that you can do to Stellianus, like... I don't
Stellianos,
like the shoes you're wearing.
Stellianos dips into the funds of the Church of Coins to buy all of the statues and set them up in the other Primarch's offices.
Yeah.
I know she wouldn't actually do that, but a man can dream.
I'm just a silly little monkey guy who... Like, it is probably better for Maka to, like, actually do an auction and try to get some fucking money out of this. But also that one guy walking up and trying to hand me 50-odd gold, and it's like, you motherfucker. You think I'm gonna let you try and snake this, you ass?
Besides that, he's lowballing the shit out of you. That's only just over the cost of materials.
Yeah, that's like a barely a profit.
That's why Maka's like, look, man, I'm not gonna take this one because it's likely that it will be just me fucking stealing from you, basically. Because I am still not decided if I am actually going to do an auction or if I would just fuck off.
You can steal from these guys, it's fine.
I've just been playing Carly Simon's You're So Vain in the background.
I've been watching someone wash a rug.
Not the weirdest thing I've watched.
It's just nice to watch those like brain turn off videos, like
On
fucking.
the oddly
watching-
satisfying videos are just like, I don't. They live up to their names. It's like, I don't know why I like watching these. It's just, it makes my brain feel good.
Yeah, agreed.
Welcome back.
Apologies
Welcome back.
about that. My mother texted me, "Come in here as quickly as you can."
Oh, fuck.
Everything good?
She said that because she came back with food, but she was given food to give to me, which is brownie a la mode. So she wanted to make sure I got it before it melted, or someone else in the house ate it.
Hmm.
So I'm currently eating. She came back with a lot of food, so I'm gonna be eating good for a while.
Very reasonable.
The calorie count's gonna be fucking ridiculous.
You need all those calories for being a genius and creating everything.
I wish. I wish.
If only it worked like that.
Yeah, if only, you know. Alright, so yeah. You're told that there's an old man who will, like, sit around parts of the city, and he'll just, like, give, like... You know how the Odyssey used to be a, like, story told around the, like, around the fire?
Just a guy
Or-
telling a story.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what he does. That he's an old man who just tells stories. So you can go find him if you would like.
I might just do that.
Right, you
Go
can,
off. Yeah. Find
you guys
the,
go around about him. He's not hard to find once, like, because he doesn't move around all that much. He's an old man, old human, sitting on a bench somewhere, like, someone like, hold on, like, yeah, he's probably like sitting on a bench somewhere like over here. Like, not quite in everyone's way, but if you want to come and listen, you can, kind of thing.
yeah, a little quiet area.
Yeah. And he's like recounting. Actually, he's recounting a epic tale of a fight with a dragon. Actually, he tells the story, and you come in partway through. But he tells the story of Abria. Abria was a brave he doesn't say knight, doesn't quite say adventurer, but he does say a stranger that came into town and fought a white dragon, an ancient white dragon, to the death. And he unfortunately perished from his wounds. But on his death, he was visited by his divine parentage, Amira. And his soul was taken away. And a parade is held, and that is why the town holds a parade in his honor every year. Which is not the Chosen. It's a different parade. It's a different celebration. But yeah, once his like story is done, people like come up, talk to him a little bit, give him some coins. He does a lot of like hand gesturing while he's like talking to help like You know, he talks a lot with his
He
hands.
talks with his hands, yeah.
Yeah, he also has a cane though that he probably uses to walk around, but he uses the cane a lot too to like gesticulate. Is there anything in particular you wanted to talk to him about, or you just wanted to find
Just
the old
Gonna
storyteller?
just wait for people to sort of like, disperse a bit and then go over and so wonderful story that.
Yeah, saw with my own eyes.
Mm. I've something of a storyteller myself, actually.
Oh, you know.
Yeah, I like to recount the much like your previous one, I like to recount the epic tales of my ancestors.
Oh, and who might they be?
The great Percival, myself, Percival, named after my ancestors. The Pushton family line, who are great adventures of many, many tales.
You know, that's such a shame. I've never heard of them. Could you do
Yes,
me the-
no.
Could you do me the favor and enlighten me about them?
Oh, I would be most honored.
Oh, he does the best he can to like, scooch over to give you some little space
He'll
on the...
like come over
on the
to.
bench.
I assume he's like sitting on a bench. He'll come over, get up on the
Yeah.
bench, so he doesn't have
But
to move.
he's an old man. His scooch over isn't enough space to actually give you enough room. But he's trying.
Yeah,
But
it's fine.
any
Percy
scooch is
doesn't
enough
take
for
up that much.
Percival. Percival's
Percy
tiny.
doesn't take up
That's
that
also
much
true.
room anyway.
That's so true.
So I guess we'll start at the beginning with the founder of our line, Sir Percival the First. He was great.
Unconventional beginning, but go on.
Yes, well, everything has to have a beginning, and where to start at the beginning with the founder. He was a great man, so I was told. Great warrior, master of many weapons. Though, from what stories were told, he favored the axe. Once tore down a great Leshy, I believe it was, with his bare hands. And then... Ooh. What was that? I believe he also arm wrestled a giant. Can't quite remember if he won that, but I'm going to hazard a guess that he did.
No shame in losing to a giant.
No, there's no shame in no shame in failure. This is how we learn.
Oh, the real question is, did he learn anything from it?
Well, that's the case, isn't it? Wisdom comes from experience, and often experience comes from failure.
Yeah, so did he learn anything from it?
I believe so.
Then he must
Don't arm wrestle a giant.
Then he must have lost.
Yeah. Well,
if you said no, he was like, then he must have won.
Well, you learn from winning as much as you learn from failing, but you lose more from failure. And then, I believe there was Percival II, a great bard. Told his own tales, so I was told. He was another great man. Sung songs so beautiful that nature itself would cry. Let's beat a bunch of sirens in a singing contest.
Oh, that's hubris.
Mm. I believe he heard them. He was on a boat, and as they were sailing along, he heard them singing, and as nature, the sirens are wont to do, he drew closer to them, and rather than fall for their tricks, however, he proceeded to critique them on their singing.
I was imagining
And then-
the scene from Dungeon Meshi, but sorry.
Yeah. They started critiquing them on their singing, on like how one of them was slightly off pitch and how they could have provided a better serenade if they perhaps sung a different harmony, and then proceeded to out-sing them.
That's fucking funny.
And then there was my father, Percival III. He was, I believe, he broke the mold a little. He wasn't so much of a martial fighter as he was not quite the spellcaster of full extent, but he preferred the spell over the blade. Created a number of his own unique spells, I believe. Wouldn't too out there, but you know, spells that he used to his own personal use. One that could, I believe his most favorite one, cooked bacon.
Now that's a spell I would like.
Throughout all of the taverns that he traveled, all of the inns, they could never quite do it the way he wanted to. So he spent maybe a couple of, a good, I think, 20, 30 years of his life perfecting a spell that would do nothing but cook bacon exactly the way that he wanted it.
When the man wants bacon, the man wants bacon. Cannot fault him for
I
that.
don't. Yes.
Some people are like
spells.
stuck around a little bit to listen, and they some of the comments are coming from them. You actually hear someone go, bacon.
Yeah, so a man of many talents. And then there, of course, comes to myself, Sir Percival IV. I will admit, I have yet to write. I have a legacy of my own, but you know that book is being written as we speak, and I can only hope that when I eventually settle down and retire, and there comes a time when Sir Percival or Lady Percival, you know, not particularly picky, the Percival V comes along, I only hope that they tell my story with as much grandeur and I guess hope that my story will live up to that of my ancestors.
It's a good hope.
Hmm.
Yeah. He will. He will
There
thank
is,
you for telling.
and then
for telling this
he
stuff.
will tell the story of the Death Cube.
The Death Cube.
He will
Which
tell
one?
the Death Cube story. The first one.
So I actually rolled a d20 to see if the story of the fact that you pulled the hammer from the stone, from under the stone, has reached Last Light, because it is technically like the town is really
Yeah.
close. It may have come here, but it hasn't caught on, so they don't realize it's you.
He'll
Because someone was
tell
gonna be
the
like, "Hold on, you, Sir Percival IV, the Sir Percival IV, the one who pulled the hammer from the stone. But no,
He'll tell the Death Cube story, and then if people are sticking around, he might also tell the hammer story.
The Death Cube story. You tell the story of the Death Cube, and he does like color commentary, like oh my, like he just added like little flavor bits to it to help sell it even more. He doesn't ever interrupt you, and he doesn't like ask questions to make you clarify and things, but he just like does little flavor bits,
reactions.
Yeah, like when he's like it's spilled undead spilled forth, and he's like disgusting things. And you know what? People will donate a little bit more coin to him. He looks to see if you want some of that coin, because this.
Oh no! If they're giving it to him, he will absolutely be like, no.
He has like a little basket or a hat or something at his feet that people like don't give coins to when like he's telling a story.
If he like while Percy's telling it, and he like looks to him, like, do you want to? Just like shake his head while he's still reciting it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, if you're letting him to have it all, he'll happily take it. He'll eat good tonight. But yeah. Okay. And Eshe, what are you doing?
I don't know that a whole scene needs to be done about it, but Eshe is gossiping. She will basically be both picking up gossip, going around town and learning as much of the word on the street as she can, and laying down gossip about, there's this fascinating new town in the middle of nowhere, and also, did you hear about the strange thing that happened down on Trader's Taiga?
What happened on Trader's Tiger? What do
Great
you
question.
say happened?
There...
Yeah, what do you say happens in Trader's Tiger?
Well, there have been people disappearing into the snow for quite a while there. It's the strangest thing. But my understanding is that one of them managed to actually find a place in the taiga where the ice was full to bursting with fire and lava and the like. And, sorry, go on.
So you talk about this. Word has spread about Trader's Taiga, and that there was a portal to hell there. Out came a mighty beast of fire and hate. And it was defeated by or pushed back by somebody, they don't know who.
Oh my goodness, I never would have imagined that it would be something quite that terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh.
However, roll me diplomacy for pieces
Gathering
of information. Yep.
Doop-a-doop.
Would you like to reroll that?
I think so. I've got plenty of hero points for it. Yes, thank you for giving me the thing, Ellen.
Okay. You learn a few things. The current gossip is that Amelia Sinclair is red with jealousy, green with envy at Telsara Vinwood. That's the big thing. You learn that Telsara Vinwood is the current head dancer for the play that's being put on. She's 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 a big up and comer, and she is Mira's new favorite.
Uh-oh.
Amelia Sinclair, who is now her understudy, was Mira's old favorite.
Dear, drama. What becomes of Mira's favorites anyway? Someone as noteworthy and important as her, you'd think that even being close to her would be enough to let a little stardust rub off, you know?
They get sent to the Arctic.
Oh, I mean, so, Amelia is like, she still has like the second most important role in the play. She's this understudy for the main part. But obviously, right? She would be so jealous. She has to be jealous of being replaced by Mira. And also word spreading that this might be Sinclair's last performance, just in general, because she's getting on in years. She's a little old to be a ballerina.
She's 26.
You joke, but actually,
LA is hard as fuck on the body.
yeah. So I actually looked this up to make sure. Ballerinas start at their late teens to late 20s, early 30s. So they do not have a long career, and they start very early because it is a very physically demanding job. It takes a toll on the body, but also
It will
there is
literally destroy your feet.
yeah, there's also a level of, the young pretty thing being the next stanza. Amelia Sinclair is 35. So she is a bit old to be, from the people. A bit old to still be a ballerina. It's time that it's surprising that she stuck around for so long, but that's what happens when you're Mira's favorite. Mira's favorite. But now that she's no longer Mira's favorite, this is probably gonna be her last performance.
I wonder what sort of job those whose job have time limits imposed get afterwards. Do people think about that?
Whoever you're talking to is like, oh, I'm sure she'll be fine as the theater's new usher.
Eshe arches her eyebrows, and they say that with clear disdain, right?
Not disdain, but mockery, kind of.
And Eshe decides that the way she's going to handle this is, oh, she's skilled as an usher then? Why, that's a very complicated job, especially in such a large theater. How did she gain those skills? How did she learn them?
They are surprised by your, they believe, not ignorance, but your naivety, yes. It's like so they've made an inappropriate joke and then you've asked them to explain and they're like,
this is an excellent way to respond to people who say shitty things in general.
So this is not the only, you talk to a lot of people. You spend hours doing this. You find that Amelia Sinclair has a bit of a hot streak. She's not necessarily full of herself, but she's very passionate about dancing.
Well, one must imagine.
Yeah, and that on occasion has caused some hurt feelings amongst people around her. So she's known to have a bit of a hot temper on occasion. However, you also find out that Telsara is full-blown diva. She's been Mira's favorite for a month, 2 months, and has already dumped her ex because she's become Mira's new favorite.
Is that required?
No.
Eshe is... I don't know if she'll say this out loud at any point. She might not. But Eshe is thinking, I'd very much like to meet Amelia Sinclair. Not even... this part she definitely doesn't say out loud. Not even just because she's close to our enemy here, but I genuinely want to talk to someone whose occupational lifespan is so limited about what they want to do afterwards and how they intend to live the rest of their life.
That's a good question. Maybe you'll be able to ask her at some point. I have a lot of named characters.
Yeah, I love that.
We
This is what happens-
noticed.
This is what happens when you showed up and I had a thing planned, and then y'all just fucked off somewhere else and went, alright, and then I came back to it later and basically doubled the amount of information and plot hooks and people and things
Sorry.
going on. No, it's entirely fine. There's just a lot of shit happening in this town. You know, like, it's an actual city. There's not, like, ever, like, 3 things happening. And
Yeah.
so, a lot of shit's going on at once, and sometimes they're related, sometimes they're fucking not. Yeah, so you learn about that. I think that's all I can give you for now.
That's completely okay. And that's basically, unless something interrupts her, that's basically going to be most of Eshe's day. Just going around, talking with the different people, learning as much as she can about the town, and advertising for our town a little bit.
Yeah, they've never heard of Angel's Landing, but they'll
She'll talk about it.
Spread about it.
She'll talk about it as if it's some strange, exotic location, and she'll say things like, oh, they say that they've been growing these giant lily pads. I'm not sure what they'll use it for, but, well, you can see that I'm a fan of that sort of thing. It points at the flower in her hair.
Mm-hmm.
Or...
Giant lily flowers. Oh, when if you bring that up, someone, you know, they make a comment about it must be a Fae thing, and that the town has a Fae thing too. In fact, up the northern side of town, they have a Fae thing. Miss Yeljor, gave birth to a flock of Fae hummingbirds some 3 years ago.
that sounds painful.
And you know, if you're lucky, you might spot some. You might spot some. Elaine sells, tours of his Fae gardens, to people. But like, you don't necessarily need to pay to be able to see them over the fence. You might get lucky.
Alright, writing that down. Out of character, because Eshe doesn't know that Yellwood is relevant at all, or Yell the...
Eshe, we don't need more pretentious pricks in our town.
She's it. That's a fair point. But Eshe is a bit too convivial for her own good at times, or for other people's good.
Yep. Alrighty. And then Nina, you've been hanging out with the people in the park.
Has she? Which one is real?
Well, has Nina become Streetwise?
Are
Has
you
Nina become
quantum
what?
positioning you? I'll fucking kill you.
Has
Has
Nina
Nina
what
become
now?
Streetwise?
So how long does Streetwise take? Yeah, hold on.
Sorry, I thought you said supervised. And I was like, are you a quantum in position? I'll kill your ass. You put down
I'm
2
gonna-
extra Ninas and only the one that is seen is real.
Oh, you said 2 extra
Yeah,
names?
only Eshe gets to do that.
2? Wait, there's
I'm-
more?
I'm gonna say. I'm
Oh,
gonna
there's fucking
say.
three. I hate you.
around.
I'm gonna say that it's gonna take at least a day before you're fully streetwise enough to do things here. But like you because of dive scene, you have to have been here during that slightly before and during that scene. So
Yeah.
you can still be here if you would like.
I just want to note the dive did this without.
Without what?
Dive did this feat without having the feat. It's very funny.
Oh no! Wait.
No. So, well, yes and no. It just so happens that Diver wants to do a thing that explicitly
But I want to note that Percival has that feat as could we get in with the social elite free card
yes, you could do that.
and ask them for a favor.
So that favor basically just lets you do that. It happens that Dive found the one person that's like, I have a plan, and you are exactly the person that wants to be involved in that plan, and I think I might trust you.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying like it's bad. I'm just saying Dive did it for free because everything lined up perfectly.
Yeah,
But
everything lined
could
up.
get in with the social elite of this place
That's true.
once he has become ingrained enough in the community.
And I would say that takes at least a day.
Yeah.
For
Though,
you,
what is-
because you're doing it, because you're specifically doing it, it'll take a day. It'll take Percy longer because that's not what he's specifically doing.
Well, I mean, this doesn't say anything about any time thing.
Yeah, it just says a place that you've. Street. Oh, sorry, no, Courtly Grace is right. Right. I was still thinking of Streetwise. You're right. Never mind. Yeah, plus you can just do that.
Okay. His
But what are
version
you-
of the feed.
But what are you doing right now?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Nina's been trying to become streetwise. But Nina heard about like the place with all the homeless people and was like, well, I gotta investigate this. And then Dai went there and did the investigation. So
Yeah, well, like, Dive knows some, kind of knows what's going on a little bit, but you can also ask questions. You can get more specific information about like everything that's going on.
yeah, I'm gonna like hang out and be just another person here.
Mhm.
Not someone they know, so they probably figure I'm
Yeah,
From
at first they were like,
from the town.
"Who the fuck are you? We don't know who are you." And then Dive showed up and made a big enough a distraction that they're kind of not bothering with you at the moment. So Dive has essentially successfully done a distraction to give you
Yeah.
like space to be able to move around and do things without she didn't realize she was doing this, but she has done this.
I'm just overhearing people talk is the main thing. Like, I guess I will ask questions every now and then, but it's gonna be like casually participating in conversation. I
Yeah.
don't want to give
So-
myself away.
Make me some kind of roll to gather information.
Okay. I would love to have streetwise so I could make a society check, but
I'll allow a society check here.
okay. As blind or public?
Blind, yeah, blind.
Okay.
Okay, so this is why society was available as an option in this case. Is that you find that a lot of these kids are either directly connected to or tangentially connected to people of. So there's essentially three camps of people here. One is the posers, the artists that are here because doing this is a form of performative art. And at the end of the day, they're gonna take off their costume and go home. right?
Yeah.
And then come back later, right? There's the second group, which is, and there's only like a handful of those people. The second group is a bit more than the artists, big quotations there, but not by much. There's probably like 7 or 8 of them, including Janae, who are like wanting to disrupt what's going on in town.
Yeah.
Right? They are actively like, shit that they're doing is fucked up, and they need to like realize that they need to fix things, right? And they're like, word is they're planning on doing something during the celebration. You don't know what, they don't know what, but people are expecting something to happen. It's going to come from that group.
How long's the celebration?
Like 2-3 days.
Okay.
So not long, but things are like in motion right now. They're pretty sure. And then the third group is the majority, which is like, it's probably like a dozen people. And they are like kids of, nobility is not the right word, but there are people here of they're children of people of influence. One of them here is the son. Oh, sorry. Actually, hold on. I actually never rolled. Let me roll. Double check. Is the gender fluid child of.
Good for them for coming out.
Of Elaine Yeljaw.
Oh.
They left home some years ago due to a falling out with their parents. A pretty bad one, it seems. And they decided that they'd rather live out on the streets than live with their parents. I will say now, it's not because they're gender fluid.
No.
Yeah, it's something else happened. You don't know what, but something else happened. And that seems to be a pretty strong sentiment of, like, a lot of these people realized how terrible their parents are, or something else occurred, and they would rather be out here than living with their parents.
This may genuinely be the answer, or may just be me being silly, but yeah, my mom gave birth to a bunch of fucking hummingbirds. It's fucked up.
What the fuck is up with that?
There are a few here that are like a couple of them that are like illegitimately like full-on homeless. Well, like their parents worked for someone of influence in the town, and then something happened and they lost everything.
How many people had a parent or other family member mysteriously disappear on a long journey?
So the answer is going to be some, just because this is a world of magic and weird shit happens all the time, but less than you expect for the reason you're asking.
Okay.
If I know why you're asking. If that was the case, there would be more missing people than they imply. But everyone knows somebody that went missing, and in fact, a lot of them do say like, "Yeah, those weird the weird actors out of town. They go missing all the time. A lot of them just fucking give up and leave, or they finally get their 15 minutes of fame and then leave town to like, you know, get jobs elsewhere, but using the fact that, you know, I got the play from I was one of the characters in the play by Mira as their business card, you know.
So out of town people are more likely to
I
go
managed
missing.
to play Townsfolk member 3.
So people from out of town are more likely to go missing.
Yes, essentially, yeah. And that lines up with what you know about like people going missing and going out to the Arctic. That sounds right. There are other people like, yeah, my uncle went. Yeah, he went out sailing one day and just never came back. But like, that's just gonna happen. This weird shit happens on occasion. But you're like, yeah, that sounds like that's just a normal. That's within the. What's the word I'm looking for? Within the parameters of regular disappearance in a world of magic.
Yeah,
And monsters.
I had an aunt who just went into the mountains, appeared forever, never saw her again.
Yeah, that kind of shit. Yeah, there's like, yeah, my sister said she heard someone yelling from the forest and went to go investigate, never came back. We went looking for her the next day, never found her. That kind of shit, like weird shit happens because there's magic, not just magic, but monsters too around every fucking corner. So people have stories. But it seems that those that are involved in the walking towards the tundra seem to be outsiders more than anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that seems there's a lot of like, my parents are shitty people and I would rather live out here than continue to live with them. And this seems to be kind of a newer movement. Most of these people are like, again, mid to late teens, early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other specific information you would like?
Guys, this place sucks.
I don't know if these people would know, but like, how are people being treated by Mira?
Some of them do know, because Mira's kind of the talk of the town all the time, always. And the answer is depends. Are you her favorite?
Yeah. How long does being the favorite last?
Ooh, that depends.
Okay.
Amelia was Mira's favorite for a good, 5 years.
Ah.
Which is, unusually long.
Mhm.
But, the previous favorite, they're I think I remember hearing about even the oldest one there is yeah, I vaguely remember a person. I think they were big news for a year or two before things before she moved on to Amelia.
Mhm.
But yeah, 5 years is a long time for Amelia, for Mira.
Can I generally get an idea of how long Mira has been around?
Ah, you asked that, and people are and these kids are
Well, I don't ask it directly.
Yeah.
That would just give me away.
Oh yeah. Well, you essentially spend most of the day gathering information, much like Eshe is, and able to steer conversations certain ways and ask questions. And Mira has been around for a long time. If people
30 years.
Well, so a lot of these kids are she's been around for as long as
100
I can
years?
as long as I can remember. Someone's I think I remember seeing them in a poster from 40 years ago.
Mm.
And so you get a general sense of although these kids can't give you exact date, it's probably somewhere between 40 and 60 years ago.
Right.
That she first showed up.
Okay.
So she's been around for several decades.
Okay. Good to know.
Huh. Is there anything else you would like to ask?
Does Mira have a weakness?
You ask about Mira, and someone's yeah, she's an attention whore.
Hmm.
That's all you really get about quote
Yeah.
weaknesses.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah,
You want to go steal stuff?
so if you ask, who are you asking? Which of the three groups are you asking?
No, I'm asking rich people.
You ask no, hold on. You're asking rich people if they want to go steal stuff?
Yeah.
No.
Well, come on. Why not?
Do you mean rich people or the kids from rich families?
Oh, the kids from rich families.
Ah, okay. It depends on who you ask specifically. Because if you ask one of the kids who are part of the majority, they're like, I don't like to steal unless I have to, you know? Like, unless I'm really hungry and there's no food around the camp. There's usually food around the camp. We don't really need to steal. If you ask one of one of the artists, they're like, oh yeah, let's go steal something. I'll
Okay.
go grab my paints. And they intend to tag wherever you steal a thing from. If you ask one of the the people who want to that are really into the, I don't have a word for them. I have quote true believers, but
I'm asking the poses.
the posers. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The posers are like, yeah, let's go steal something. I'm gonna grab my paints, and they're gonna tag whatever. Whenever you go steal something, they're gonna tag the place up so they know who
No.
stole it.
I'm gonna figure out who this person's family is, and I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
suggest we steal from their family.
Okay, that's actually not that hard, and but it's not hard to figure out who that is. I would like a diplomacy check. Less for actually convincing them to do this, and more to see how they feel about it. How in character do they want to be?
Can I substitute the diplomacy check with a underworld law check?
Yes, let's do Underworld Law. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The DC isn't high.
This
the
is this seems like a public one, right?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Okay. Do you get my investigation bonus?
What are your investigations again?
My investigations are kind of generic. It's okay if you want me to be more specific. But it's Mira and Canterburg.
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Underworld Law. Okay, so you're like, hey, you want to steal something? Yeah, I'm gonna tag the place. Why don't we steal from family? And they're like, oh, yeah, my family used to work for them as servants. I know the place like the back of my hand. I even know the servants' court. Even know the service passage between the main hall and the offices upstairs. I'll show you. And they take you to wherever they live. I haven't decided on the map where they live. And they're like, so what you plan on stealing? What are we gonna steal?
Well, what's the best place to tag?
I like the way you think.
Well, okay. So what? Okay. Like, I think, maybe something valuable, but that they won't notice is missing until like a few weeks from now.
Oh, really?
Oh, we could do something grand. We could do something real big.
They take you to one of these buildings that have like a high tower to them.
Yeah.
And like they have a bucket of paint with them and a big brush and some rope. And they're like, I was thinking about painting the tower like a candy cane.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah, but so they'll know we've been here. So why wait a
Okay.
week?
Let's do something really valuable.
I know where we can steal.
Yeah.
I know where we can steal. They have my dad. The master of the house has has this like Fabergé frog in a glass case. up in their
Ooh.
office.
That sounds
We-
so good.
Not only could we steal that, we could put it in the middle of the lake.
We could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you intend to actually steal this Fabergé frog?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take it. And,
Yeah, roll me a thievery check.
It's gonna disappear from the middle of the lake. Wait, I'm bad at thievery. Can I invite my accomplice along?
Do you mean Maka or this person?
Maka.
Oh, Maka. I mean, you can try to get Maka on your side if you want.
Okay, so tonight we're stealing it. Of course we
Oh,
can't just
tonight?
paint it.
Well, I mean,
we could do it. We could do it now, I guess. But like,
I mean,
how
now
are we
would
gonna
be-
paint the whole tower without?
oh, I have plans. Don't worry about the paint. I got that.
Okay.
It's all because we want to do it tonight
for
so they're not at
days.
home. Yeah, I got paint for
No.
days. Don't worry about that. We want to do it when they're not home, so they can't immediately catch us.
Yeah.
If we do it tonight, they'll be home.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. Yeah. Let's meet me there in an hour.
Okay. They
Cool.
they go off and they grab the paint and the rope and the brush.
I'm gonna fucking.
Go find Maka.
Maka, I know you just walked away from your statue. It's me, Nina.
Really? Oh, I think Zero stepped away.
My curse
Oh, damn
will
it.
never go away. Every time I am ever stepped away is the exact time in which someone will talk to me.
You should know
Okay.
this by now.
Yes.
Maka,
So
it's Nina.
he looks at you. I'm sorry, ma'am. I just told your gentleman over there the auction is not until after the play. He says, looking at you meaningfully. Like, I don't know you. What do you mean?
I'm gonna pull you into some sort of place where we can talk privately.
You pull him
Sure.
into an alleyway, and he's like, fine, whatever.
Okay. So I convinced a snot-nosed kid that a fucking a poser. You know what a poser is?
I know what a poser is, and
Yeah, you went to school.
I went to school. It's Maka's vibe is always so funny to me because ever since being Maka, he is like leaning with one hand still in his robe, the other one on his staff, as he's basically like leaned it sideways but is sitting on it.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of
Okay.
looking at you
So
passively.
it's one of the kids of the rich families in town, and they want to like act out against their family and paint the tower, with some whatever. Anyway, I was like, "Do you want to steal something real valuable?" They were like, "Oh, they got this Fabergé egg in this glass case." And I was like, yeah, let's totally steal it. They were like, we can put it in the middle of the lake, and we're not putting it in we're that thing is going to disappear from the middle of the lake.
Uh-huh. And are you asking
Well-
me because you're not actually capable of stealing something?
Well, okay, bypassing security, like, usually I just force open the door, you know?
Yes, I'm aware of how your efforts go.
Yeah, like, if they have, like, a security system in the glass case, maybe the glass case is rigged, I could find it, but, like, the fuck do I do about it? I just break it and run away, you know? But you're good at that.
He's considering. Is this really for money? Are you causing a fuss for a couple gold?
No, I want to act out. I want to stick it to the rich people in this place. Do you know how stuck up and above it all they act like the whole time?
He looks
You
at
immediately
you,
think of the
stuck-
guy you just had
Yeah.
a conversation with.
He does! But he, like, looks at you, stuck up, and, like, he's above it all, and is like, I know what you mean. I'm contemplating.
Also, I'm kind of like, I want to, we used to do. Okay, well, you and I went off to school in separate places for a while, but like, used to do this shit all the time. Just way less lower stakes. And like, then I went to school, and then I did it with like bad people.
He holds up 2 fingers. I have 2 thoughts on the matter. One, you know this makes us just like those thieves you hate, yes?
What do you mean?
A deductive one who is good at studying and getting into the place, and one who is crafty and knows how to make and break things.
Talking about? Those thieves are condescending assholes who think they're better than me
You were
and
going
you
to...
and the
hold on.
whole party.
You're not.
Nina, dear sister. You were going, from what it sounded like, to paint one of their towers like a candied cane. How is that not condescending?
Okay, but that's the kid's idea.
You didn't say no.
No,
Why didn't you
because
decide to steal something they wouldn't notice for a couple weeks? You know, something to make them scratch their head.
Okay.
Something's
Okay, I
missing.
suggested that first, but then they were like, "I'm gonna paint the tower like a candy cane," and I was like, "Well, okay, that makes sense. Then we'll steal something they'll notice right away."
You have to remember that it's not about thieving or surviving to this kid. It's about it's an art performance. So
Yeah.
why steal something that's going to take him weeks to notice? He wants them to notice right the fuck now.
You
Yeah.
could always pull a double bluff on the kid and fail to steal the frog egg or whatever, and then actually take something they wouldn't notice for a couple weeks. And
So
he's
it's not a
like,
frog egg.
It's not. It's like something. I don't
Yeah, but-
care.
I want to clarify. It's straight up just like a statue of a frog, but decorated like it's a Fabergé egg.
Oh,
Okay, but
Frogger egg.
Marka,
Roge.
do you
Right.
really want to piss off this kid? I guess we can piss off the kid, but
No, that's the best part.
okay.
He'll be like, "Oh, we failed to steal the frog, but it was more about the message than the theft." And then for the next week, he watches his parents go insane because something's not right. Someone tilted a photo. Someone didn't sweep properly as they stared
Steals
at empty
everyone's left
space
shoe.
at a.
Move everything 1 inch to the left.
They stare at this
Yeah.
empty space where they don't care what was there, but they wonder, was anything ever there?
Okay.
And the kid gets to have the idea that maybe I failed at being a thief, but I am an artist above all else.
Honey, dear, there used to be a
Okay.
candelabra here, right?
But like,
I
why
don't
not do
recall.
both?
It's not what's missing, it's what isn't missing.
That's fair. A second point. Are you acting out because you're still upset you got broken up with?
Marka,
He looks at you. He's
Of
studying.
course I am, but that's not the part. That's not.
That's
Yes, but
That's
shut
not-
up.
they're talking about me.
Marka,
Raises an eyebrow.
and Joe, what do you take me for?
Someone who last time she had a bad experience with a partner, you found something about them out and got them arrested for 30 years?
Oh, come on. They deserved it.
Mm-hmm.
I broke up with you
That's
over
not
text.
what I'm doing.
If you say so, I believe you.
Okay.
I will help you under one condition.
Okay.
I need you to vandalize something for me in the night.
Okay.
I made,
Sure.
I made a statue today.
Hmm?
And it's hitting. It does what I want it to, but there's malice I need from it that's not present yet. And while I easily could go in the night and I could vandalize my own statue. Not vandalize, I just need something added, but if someone else does it, then it feels deliberate. It feels like something is wrong. I have to actually come up with it, but I want to write some form of, like, poetic curse on the base of the statue.
That sounds really neat. Do you want someone specific to vandalize it?
I'm thinking you would dive because you dive a Percival, but Percival can't sneak with a dam. He smiles. He says that
This is
like
true.
he
No,
says that
I mean-
favorably.
I mean, do you want someone to be seen night vandalizing?
No. I want no one to be seen, but if it's just me, then it loses the edge.
Okay, that's
You could
fair.
compare handwriting to the mark I put on it.
Nina,
Yeah, okay.
you think very briefly. That's a level of performance that I didn't like. Maka, this is a level of performance from you, right?
He's like, I really hate this Mira bitch. I need her to
Yeah.
get it. I need her to like.
But also,
get
this is like. You're also, like, kind of low-key buying into the everything's a performance here, even when it's not a performance.
Look,
And I love that.
I
Look,
said it
when in-
earlier, and I'll say it again. When I lack him in
When in Last Light,
When it lasts
like the Last Lightians.
Yeah, I guess. But it's like I said earlier. What I lack in ambition, I make up for in pride.
Well, you done talking with God now?
We're done
Because the thing is in 30 minutes, and I gotta case the place.
Sure, let's go. He
Okay.
like looks around like, do you have like a... I don't want to be seen,
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. I have a, you know what? Take this. Oh, sorry.
Maka looking in his spell book. What spells did I prepare a Fireball? Nope, that's not a disguise spell.
There's
Hello?
a disguise spell in the sense that everybody will be too panicking to worry about who you are.
We don't get to see it
Wait,
all that
where
much,
the
but
fuck?
I do
Wait.
love when the siblings start doing mischief together, because it
When the
feels
siblings start
so
doing
good.
sibling things.
Okay, it's just in your inventory.
What? Oh, the masquerades. Do I just have this?
Yeah, I just gave it to you.
Okay. Yeah, he'll like put it on, look at it. I wish it was like the turquoise color of my robe, or like gold or something, but it'll do. You don't know when he started.
It's not my
caring about
color,
his-
but I'll
Yeah.
do.
He's gotten so weird since he became Maka.
Wait, no, Maka, give it back. I'll give you something else.
Is it Maka, or is it this town? We'll
can't
never
open
know.
Bit of both.
I can't open your character sheet anymore. Oh no, I can. Hold on, I'll move it over.
Bit of both, I'd say.
Masquerade scarf. There you go.
Thank you. I have a thing that does the exact same thing, but it's alchemical.
That's fair. Do I have anything? I thought I might have had something. I have a
Anyway,
cane.
yeah, cool
I have a cane in my pouch. I'm not even using it.
Alright?
Doesn't
You-
click off
you-
me go away in like 5 seconds?
No, it's 10 minutes. Oh, sorry. I'll make it when you show up.
I will. Tell me where, and I'll be there within minutes.
You know what? No, no, you could just stay hidden. So you need to show up.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
He like shoos you like, I'll be there. You won't see
Okay.
me.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go case the place, and then we'll do the thing.
Use your thumbs up.
So you show up. He's there, like waiting across the, like like inconspicuously, like waiting, and he's like, he's taking off the top part, so he's wearing like the jacket the outfit that you would expect to you would expect him to wear, and then you realize another easy way to spot poses is their boots, their shoes. They all wear good shoes.
Yeah.
A true adventurer wears a good pair of boots.
He
You
is
look at
partially wearing no boots at all. Grippa's just out for free.
She's wearing like toeless shoes.
Sandals.
You see, he's like partially taken off his costume to like be what he's normally wearing, and when you show up, he's like, "Hey, I found this outfit that I'll be able to blend in when we get in there." And so he lays out the layout of the place. Like he tells you how to like get in, where you need to go, and how to easily get to the office. And it's like, as a case, you could probably do better than him, but it's also clear he has insider information, which is often just as good as like outside information. Like it's actually like casing the place. So having inside information is really good. You're able to spend a little bit of time like casing the place from the outside, looking around a little bit. He does mention that if he's really good with people, so if you get caught by anyone, let him do the talking.
Okay.
And you head in. He like waits for a moment, and then he heads in.
Sorry. I'm gonna say I got an expert in like bike passing, picking locks and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, Maka takes his time to be a fucking extra. Since he met with Nina, he was able to recollect his little guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's taken his little guy and let him morph into a face mask.
Ha! Domino mask.
No, full face. So
full face mask.
So there was just a purpley blue covering with 2 yellow dots in the middle.
That's funny. All right,
and
fair enough.
He just steps out of the shadows behind them.
And
And he's actually going to turn off his aura for this. He thinks if he turns off his aura, people will recognize him less.
That's probably a good idea.
No. So this doesn't have to be a whole scene. Essentially, I'm going to ask for a stealth roll, a thievery roll, and then either a crafting or performance roll. And he can supplement any one of those rolls using his stats. However, I will tell you this: he's not as high level as you lot.
Well,
He's a king.
Maka's awesome at all of these.
Yeah, I can carry. You can follow the expert on every one of those, and I can carry you.
Well, except
that's
performance.
Oh yeah. So Maka looks at you like, an infiltrator's elixir. That do you believe we'll be in and out in less than 5 minutes?
Well, this is one I gave just because, like, hey, I have a friend here.
He brings it up, but he pulls out a compass. If we can do it under 5, I simply will go. I can simply disappear.
Well, I mean, I'll use this for this 10 minutes, and
I will use it on my way out. Then he will drink the infiltrator's elixir.
This is for the first introductions, actually being.
He looks less like a 6-eared monkey. That's very easily noticeable.
Yeah. What do you look like?
He's blonde. He's got long hair. He's got 2 ears.
Monkey?
Monkey, yeah. It's a blonde-haired monkey.
Okay.
He's got it tied up in a ponytail. He's a little bit fucking with you by looking a little bit like Nina. But like,
Oh, that's
not,
very
but there's
funny.
no snake. There's no like lizard tail, so it's obviously not Nina.
That is extremely funny.
But it's like he's got it pulled up, and he like pulled up hair. He's got little claws on his hands.
Nina's lost sister.
Nina's lost brother. Thank you.
Oh, brother.
Nina's lost gay brother.
Ah. Yeah, so I need a sneaking, a thievery, and a performance or craftsman.
Okay. What's your stealth, Ellen? Is it lower than mine?
I'm gonna do something funny.
Oh,
So here's what I'm gonna say. I'm actually gonna say, each one of you has to provide one of the roles.
Okay, make
Okay.
the stealth check, Ellen. Do you want me to post follow the expert or?
No, I don't think. I mean, I'm trained already, so it probably won't be worse.
It'll get a bonus though.
What?
Yeah, follow the expert gives a bonus if you're already trained.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Here, I'm an expert in stealth. He's still wearing the Kinto mask because he thinks it's funny. Mainly because Kinto's like, "Ah, ah." Kinto did not realize he was going to be in Mission Impossible today.
Yeah, if I had sneaking music, I would play it, but I don't, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. Secret track.
Okay. Would you like to reroll that?
Yeah.
Everyone get a heal point. It's been long enough. Everyone get a heal point.
Thank you, God.
Okay. All right. You get in. Now, notably, you sneak in. Now, again, like although each one of you is providing one role, this is kind of like a group thing. So, as you sneak in, he's like, "All right, so we want to. So here's the doorway, and he like opens up like like it's not a secret door, but it is a door that's designed to like blend in with the wall. It's a servant's passage, and he goes, "Okay, we want to go in here. We're gonna go up the stairs." And as he opens it, he immediately almost like fully closes it, and he goes, "Ah." And he starts motioning you to go up the stairs, very like with his hands, like hey, and he starts talking into the doorway. You can't see who's in there, but he starts talking to them like he knows them.
Oh.
He
Did I
looks
roll
at-
that bad on the stealth track?
You don't know.
Okay.
Mako looks at Nina as they're directed to go up the stairs, and he like, you can tell even behind the Kinto mask, like, now's our chance.
Yeah.
When
Okay.
do you need another stealth as we go up the stairs, or?
No. Now I need a thievery check.
Okay.
Marco's good at this one. Let's
Can I
leave the
use-
artist to the art.
Can I,
You know?
use the my thieves' tools?
Sure.
Actually,
It's an item bonus.
wait. How
so-
many things are we stealing?
I want to steal the frog and at least one candelabra.
Okay.
Only one, but just
Um,
something to piss them off.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I do have this.
I think my thief tools are gonna.
But it's
be...
only on one mechanism.
Yeah, I think we best use my just general thieves tools.
Yeah.
If I didn't glow like a motherfucker, I would use Nanite Surge. I'm just making sure I don't have any other abilities that help here. Hey Kinta, what did I give you today? I did not give you partner in crime. Got it. Secret Hunter.
Sure. Okay. So you find the office, because he's described it to you pretty well how to get there.
What is this town called?
Last night.
This last light.
Okay, where the fuck is Canterbury?
You don't know.
Okay, let me
You never heard of
change
Canterbury
it to last night.
Aside from the clown, you don't know who. What?
Oh,
never
were you
heard the
just
word
randomly
Canterbug from.
investigating the clown for no reason?
That's what I. That's
Yeah.
when you said Canterbug, I got that's the
No, I
clown.
meant I meant last night.
The
Sorry.
night? Oh yeah. It still wouldn't have helped you. I think it's a little too
Yeah.
specific
Yeah, that's
for
fair.
for what you were looking for. So you head up the stairs, down the hall. You kind of follow the vague directions that he was giving. He was like, "This should be the office." And you open the door, and sure enough, it's the office. And just like he described, sitting prominently, like prized possession kind of thing, displayed like you would how best to describe this? It's displayed in the same fashion the 40-year-old guy displays his high school football jersey displays. The kind of guy that goes, I could have gone pro if I didn't bust my knee. Kind of guy, and he's still on about that even though he's in his 40s. It's displayed prominent like that.
I understand that art is relative and there's nothing objective here, but is it butt ugly?
No, it's it's as ugly as a Fabergé egg is ugly, which is not to say not really. It's still a frog, but it's very artistically rendered.
That's fair.
And you go up and you're able to disable the alarm that's on it, because there's definitely an alarm. You disable the lock that's on it. You open up the case, you pull it out, and for a brief moment you hear a wooden board creak behind you in the hallway, and then the door cracks open and goes, It's just me. And the kid comes back in and he slips into the room and closes the door.
He comes in and for a second, both Nina and Hadu are gone. Like, Maka, there's no one in the... And then they peek out of corners, like...
I think he comes in without even looking, and then turns around, closes the door, and then turns around to see the room and sees it's empty, and then you just kind of slide out from spaces that you shouldn't have been able to fit behind. Just look at him, and he's like,
I literally think it's Nina comes out from behind the thing the frog was in, and Maka comes out from the top of the frame.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's literally what I was thinking. That's literally what I was thinking. I love the idea of that Nina leans out from behind the case, but leans out in such a way that her head should have been fully exposed, but just wasn't somehow was invisible behind it. Straight vertical, yes, just straight vertical out from behind the thing. Like a fucking Scooby-Doo.
Definitely hiding a gun behind her that she draws.
Yeah. Hey, so he's like, okay, you got it, good. He goes over, and he's about to touch the case, and he stops, and he goes, can I touch this?
It should be fine. Disabled the alarm. I said
he closes.
I said it so that it will reactivate in about 30 minutes.
He closes it. He's about to touch it, and then he goes, closes it with the back of his hand, then pulls out his paint bucket, and just starts slathering red paint over the case. Okay.
Maka gently puts a hand on his shoulder, and he notices, as he says it, gloves, my friend. Always wear gloves.
I'll keep that in mind.
He says, knowing full well this kid lives here.
Yeah. He paints some diagonal stripes on the box, and he goes, okay, to the tower. And he, opens the door, looks around, thumbs up.
As right before they leave, Maka looks to Nina, and as they're leaving, because it's an office with a desk, right?
Yes.
He reaches into his I don't want to call it. It's like a robe. It's a very specific type of robe. I don't know how to phrase it, but he reaches into it and he pulls out the poster he stole, and like unfurls it so only Nina can see it. And he looks at the desk like, "Can I just like leave that there? Fuck with them."
Sure. Yeah.
He waits for Nina's permission because this is her heist.
Leave what there?
It's a poster for the play Mira is putting on. It literally
That he
has
stole?
nothing to do with
Oh,
the
yeah,
robbery,
yeah,
but, like a red herring.
Definitely. Absolutely.
Yeah, he like unfurls it,
Um,
and just like leaves it on the desk. I didn't need this anymore.
I believe you're essentially wearing a gi, but one of your arms isn't.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
a gi.
sleeve.
That's a good way to
Yeah.
say it. It's like gi.
It's a gi, but you're only wearing one sleeve.
He's like wearing it like Tien
It's a slutty
Shinhan.
key.
Like Tien Shinhan, I believe, wears it like that.
Yeah.
We
yes.
are also stealing a bunch of other shit.
I at the very
kids
least
not
took a
looking.
candelabra. Like,
Roll me, stealth or thievery to steal a bunch of shit without the kid noticing.
shall I?
Yeah, go ahead.
And of course, if Hano can do one of them to steal stuff, and Nina, if you would like to, you can also do it. And if you succeed, you'll also get more stuff.
Can Nina
Ooh.
maybe roll aid with stealth instead?
Ah, I love that. I love that.
Okay.
You roll stealth publicly to aid, and then I'll get a bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I change my investigation to be this heist?
Sure, you had time. Yeah, you had time.
Okay. What? There's a mystery here. Is there a mystery here?
Not really.
Otherwise, I can't do an investigation about it.
There's not really a mystery here.
Okay, then I can't.
I understand
If this is
your
one of-
desire.
Yeah, if this is
Mystery
one
of
of the
who's doing this heist. It's us, stupid.
if this was one of the kids that are like my family's terrible, and I'd rather live out in the world and with them, I'd be like, sure, there's a mystery of what they did,
Oh, you
but not in
were
this
you
case.
Not rolling to
shit.
aid? What-
Yeah,
what-
can you
fine.
make that public out of
Yeah. So that's a crit.
Cool.
Wow.
Hey.
I get a +2 because you're only trained. I'll add
Yeah.
And then, there we go.
Would you like to reroll that?
Sure.
You can't get much worse.
I got worse.
Fantastic. You straight up got an additional 9. Yeah, you are just like walking through this kid's halls, and like your tail grabs shit and throws it into whatever the bag you have.
We'd
Just
like throw it into our spacious sleeves and shit.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, patiently, yeah. You're like candelabra, silverware, whatever decorative this thing is, this whole ass painting. You're just like, ha, hola, yeah, they're
But-
mine. You're in the back and you're just stealing shit. Like,
But no, I think the intention here is we
you steal shit that they won't notice.
Yeah, the things
Yeah.
they won't notice for a while.
Yeah. You steal a bunch of stuff though. You rolled a
Yeah.
total 31. You rolled
Yeah.
good. You steal a bunch of shit. He takes you all the way to the top of the thing, and he goes, "All right, I have a plan." And he like sets up this whole like kind of. It's clear he's been thinking about this. He sets up this like complicated thing with the rope, and he like with a loop at the end. He sits in the loop and then goes outside to hang from the tower while he's sitting on the rope. And then he's just like, "Push me,
Yeah.
push me."
Maka like holds
Okay.
a hand. Allow me.
Yeah.
And Maka's going to, basically, he's going to let this kid follow the expert on crafting,
Yeah.
so that he'll, if he was not already trained, he would become.
How good is this kid at performance?
So his performance is
I thought
notably
it was
he's only a
crafting.
C. It's crafting or performance.
Okay. Well, I'll aid with crafting then.
Yeah, he is a CR3 creature, but his performance is +10.
Ooh, okay.
Essentially what he's doing is he has a hold on the rope itself, and he wants to push so that he's going to swing around the tower. But as he swings around the tower, he's going to let the rope slide from his hand, so he starts to go down further and further down the tower, and he's just going to like drag the wet paintbrush behind him, circling the entire tower with this like red line.
I'll give him gloves for that, but yeah.
Maka's aiding in that he is one holding the rope to give him the push, and 2 using his wind to help manipulate it, so this kid does not
Yeah.
go fucking flying to his death.
Oh, yeah. He's like, this is gonna work great. This could definitely go really.
This could
poorly.
definitely kill him. Like,
Yeah. So literally the gloves you hand him, it's gonna give him a +1 bonus because he's not thinking about rope burns. He's never had to do that before. He doesn't know that
thank
ropes
you, Mama.
do that.
I've given.
I
100%.
think I'm holding the rope because I'm the strongest one here. But yeah,
I'm using
Yeah.
him. I'm giving him a +3 to his roll with my crit in aid.
Okay. He goes. You want to get out of the house as quickly as possible? I'll meet you back by the lake.
okay.
Yeah. And
Does
he's
he
gonna-
have the frog?
No, I think you have the frog.
He
Okay,
can have the
that's fair.
frog. I think he can. Honestly, we don't even need to actually steal the frog. We can let him keep the frog.
I mean, he's gonna put it in the middle of the lake.
Exactly.
26. Yeah, he's gonna put it in the middle of the lake. Well, a frog belongs. 26. He goes, and you can't. You give him a good push. He starts to swing, and at first he's like, and then like partway down, you can hear him go, wee! As he's just having a great time swinging down. Almost certainly someone heard that, and they're gonna come investigate.
Oh, that's
Okay.
fine.
Maka looks at
You
me
should
now.
leave.
He looks
Yeah.
at you, reaches into his gi again, pulls out his little pocket watch, clicks it, turns invisible, and flies away.
Bye.
Maka's fine.
Bye.
Like, he literally summons his cloud, steps on it, him and the cloud turn invisible, he's gone.
Since we're probably not gonna like have a fight tonight, I'm just gonna
Alright.
quick alchemy up a thing quick.
You're able to escape. You've done this successfully. You've
Oh,
been
okay,
able to
okay,
escape.
okay.
You get to the lake. Yeah. I wanted to boil this down to just a couple rolls. It didn't need to be
Yeah,
a
okay.
big thing. Yeah, you have the tools necessary to just get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Like you have invisibility, you have potions, you have the ability to get. And you're right. There's no combat this session, so I'm fine with you spending resources. You get out. It's not terribly hard. However, you also know that someone's going to start investigating pretty quickly. Someone definitely heard that noise, and the people are going to investigate. You don't know if the guard are going to be called yet, but they're going to see the tower and know something happened. So people are going to be investigating. However, do you intend to sell the shit that you stole aside from the frog? We're going to talk about the frog later. All the extra shit you stole. You want to sell that?
Yeah, I think probably. Sorry, what do you think, Sarah?
We want to be careful. If we sell it immediately, we're going to be tracked down by that.
Yeah, we probably want to have it until we can sell it some other place. But yes, we will sell it.
I mean, you're doing streetwise and whatnot. You'll have connections and eventually probably find a fence in town. You're able to quickly steal 26 gold worth of goods.
Okay.
So one of you take that and you can distribute it. Like, I don't want to like have a bunch of stuff in your
You
inventory.
can have it, Nina. You
Sell
can have
that
the
later.
gold.
Okay. I'll happily take.
You
26.
are able to at some time in the future safely sell it to somebody, so you can go ahead.
Yeah,
and just
that's
have
what I
it go.
meant. Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. It does take a little time to do that, but not so long that we have to keep track of it. So.
No.
That happens. You go back to the lake. He's there. That guy who was like swimming in the lake, he's left. He's given up for now. The kid, he's made a makeshift like little like floating platform to like go hang out in the middle of the lake. To put the frog on.
Do you want to come along, Maka?
No, I think it's funnier if I disappear and he never sees me again.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, and you do so. If you give him he convinces someone else to go out there into the lake and put it on the platform.
Here's my token.
Dive.
You can use the.
If Mooney,
Yeah,
if you're still there.
fine.
I can't
Nope,
fix
it's
it.
not
I'm
mute.
streaming.
Yeah, that's
Looks
okay.
like Mooney might be asleep. That's okay. This happens, and it's probably about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes before Brain. Janae comes out and starts yelling at the kid. Like, starts yelling at, like, who the fuck did this? And someone points out the kid, and she's like, what the fuck were you thinking? And just like chewing him out about it. And he like explain, like kind of gets out that what happened, and she's like, yeah, okay, fine, sure, but you don't bring it here. Get rid of it. Go put it somewhere else. And he has to like trudge. And he's like asks his friend to go get it. And he's like, no. She's like, no, you get it. You put it. You did this. You go get it.
You put it out there. You bring it back.
He like trudges, like takes off his clothes and like trudges into the lake and goes and picks it up and comes back.
I imagine Nina just whistling in the background.
Nina, who's
Like you had
returned to
nothing to
being in armor, like, what do you mean? I was never there.
And she's like, you don't have to return it. Just not here. We don't need the guard here any more than we already have him. Get it the fuck out of here. And he like shamefully, gets dressed again, and then goes off somewhere carrying this fucking frog. But that being said,
Oh, I'd love to have that frog though.
I mean, you could go after
He's
him.
still
And be
gonna
like,
go put it in
a.
a body of water. It's not like you can't take it.
I mean, you
Yeah,
could go
that's
after him and be
fair.
like, I'll get rid of it for you.
Yeah,
Want to.
I'll do
Well-
that.
Roll me a diplomacy check.
Yeah, I'm ass at that.
You know what? Make me an underworld check.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, okay, yeah. He's like, you're like, yeah, I know how to get rid of it. They'll never realize it's you, yada yada. He's like, okay, you know what? Yeah, okay, you know what? Yeah, take it. And he's so sad about it. So he takes it and then he thinks about returning back to the lake, and he's like, no, she's just gonna yell at me again. He like goes off somewhere else for a couple of hours before he returns to the lake. Yeah, you have this thing. This thing might be a bit harder to sell. I'll figure
Yeah.
that out next session. However, I
Okay.
think everyone has done all the things that they're gonna do for today.
Yeah.
I think everyone should get together and talk. Y'all
Yep,
figure out.
yep.
You've learned a lot of shit about what's going on in this town.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's get together somewhere.
Where do you think we'd all agree to meet up?
There are 4 taverns in town, though. The people will tell you most of the not even well-to-do people, but anyone that isn't like dock workers and manual labor will say there's only 3, but there's actually 4 in town, and they are the Contemporary Cup, the Posh Pub, and the Trendy Tankard. And then there is the Creaky Tankard down by the docks.
I think we're going to the Creaky Tankard. Is that accurate?
When they like when Percy's like actually starting to get a bit late. Where's a good tavern? And then they say that technically there's 4, but they would only suggest these 3. It's like cool. I'm going to that 4th one.
Yep.
Yeah. So you go to the Creaky Tankard. It's an old building. Like it's one of these old teal blue ones that are still made of stone. It's one of the original buildings that Last Light was made of. Yeah, let's say. You know what? Let's say it's this building up here where you first came into, because it would be right next to some of the docks.
That
You know?
makes perfect sense.
It's old, a little homely. It is clear that the people here are like, this is their spot, and it's been their spot
This
for the
is
last
the local
50
pub.
years. This is the local pub.
Then Eshe will not be as obnoxiously friendly as she has been the rest of the day.
Yeah,
She
you walk in
understands-
and people are like, and they look at you
Yeah.
like, new people, huh?
We are
Tourists.
courteously friendly.
Yeah.
Could you move someone over there?
We are over there.
Okay, we're over there.
So
Dive.
Maka,
Yeah.
Maka's keeping a distance because he's very much specifically trying not to be part of the party. Remember,
Yeah. That
Right,
is
he's gotta
that is exactly.
he is like
what I was thinking.
position
about.
himself on a rooftop and he's
Well-
just laying on his back,
well,
looking
notably.
through Kinto's eyes?
Yeah, I was gonna say, notably, what you could do is each of you get a room, because it's a tavern inn. Each of you get a room, and then all go to the same room and talk privately.
Yeah. But Maka's not. We're not even gonna risk Maka being in.
I mean that's entirely fair. Y'all can get a room, and then when it hits nighttime, Maka can sneak in through the window.
Oh no! What I'm saying is Maka's on a rooftop on the other side of the building, listening in.
Yeah, I'm listening, but in the way that
Is
I can hear them.
Yeah, but can you communicate with them?
Yes.
I have the message, Cantrip.
Oh, message. All right, fine. Okay, so you're away, but you're able to still communicate. All right, cool.
Nina does not show up as Nina. Nina shows up as this random Empyrean.
Do you explain who you are?
Yeah, of course.
If
Yeah.
she does not have an easy way to, you get a ping from Maka. You don't know where. Just like that's Nina.
All right.
I like the Eshe
Get
looks
a
left,
race.
looks right. Where the fuck is he? Whatever.
Get a raised eyebrow, but that's about it.
But Eshe will say, I've had a nice time today. The people here... You know, it's rather rare that I feel more connection with the tourists than the locals.
It happens from time to time.
But at any rate, I
You get
found
swept
out...
up in the.
Mira's new favorite is Telsara Vinwood, and her old favorite is one Amelia Sinclair. And
Oh, this
I'm
is
actually
aesthetic as
interested in
hell.
having-
And before that, it was insert name here that Nina learned.
And I'll be honest, I'm quite interested in speaking to Amelia Sinclair. Not for any relevant reasons, just because I want to talk about what it's like transitioning from such a physically demanding job that inevitably has a short lifespan into the rest of her life. But I understand that's a me thing. Beyond that, someone named Erlin's wife gave birth to a bunch of fey hummingbirds. I have no idea what the fuck that's about.
That is a story that I would like to hear.
I would like not to hear it. I would like to have known less of it.
I would like, maybe not so much the details, but more so the process
How it
leading up to
happened.
it. Yes, I would
That-
like to learn. I would like to hear the story that led to that moment. Maybe not so much that moment itself.
The miracle of birth. It may not be my purview, but I've been there and it disgusts me.
I would like to hear that moment. It's
Well, yes,
could
that's
write
far
a
more
paper
relevant
on
to
it.
your interests.
Yes, no, I've been having a lovely conversation with an old man who will tell some very good stories.
Excellent.
storytelling.
Yeah, there's a festival, not specifically this festival. He was very sure about that. There's a festival going that celebrates the first person, Ibria, for the White Dragon to mutual destruction. Apparently, Mira took their soul to their plane.
That's interesting.
Hmm.
Ever since then, yes, sorry. Some 70 years ago, Ebria, a two-faced flesh wolf, saved the town from attack by an ancient white dragon.
Hmm.
He perished from the wounds he received, but on his death, he was visited by his divine parentage, Amira. A parade is held in his honor every year, where everyone wears two-faced masks, and the whole town watches a performance put on in the center of town. With the arrival of Mira, the townfolk have now considered the town blessed by Amira.
We
unreasonable.
were there during the Two-Faced festival last time.
Yes, you are. You saw it very
Yeah.
briefly.
And that was the festival celebrating Abria.
You never found out what that was about. It was just it was a weird thing that was going on.
Also, there's, from what I've been talking with other people, there seems to be some kind of. People think that something is going to happen during the festival. They're not entirely sure what, but they feel like somebody's going to cause some mischief.
I mean, isn't the one in charge of choosing this time a literal clown?
Real quick. I know
Not that kind of
Mooney's-
mischief, like.
I know Mooney's not here. Dive will probably fill you in about their conversation.
Mooney's not here.
Mooney,
So,
yeah.
Mooney, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, hi.
Oh,
Sorry. Yeah, everyone. Sorry. Hi.
Sorry, I'm sorry I'm still here. I'm
So stop a bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just a little bit tired.
That's entirely okay. I will tell you about Janae's plan to fuck with the celebration
Yeah,
next session. But
can I-
right now, everyone's getting together and talking like about everything they figured out in town.
Yeah, okay. Nina's gonna say, I talked to most people by the lake, and honestly, a lot of people in town, but most people by the lake, and Dive got in with the Bellius kids, not the posers, but the real ones, you know?
I think it got in pretty well to poses as well.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
You get a ping, Dive. You didn't get along with the posers as well as Nuno did. From a message from who knows where.
I have to imagine Maka
Wow,
loves
rude.
Maka just loves being able to ping people or yell at them with the stick
Yeah,
and
no.
not have them able to respond.
Maka has gotten
Yeah, you
so
can
much
respond.
use out of the message spell that Hanu decided to ask Percival for.
Anyone can respond.
Oh yeah, Dive can respond to him.
Well, yeah, I know we can respond, but Maka's the only one who can actually start that conversation.
We can give a signal.
Fair.
That
Um,
fair enough.
So, I wonder what the thing you were talking with them about was, but we'll do that next session.
Die.
So, keep your eyes out for anyone that might look a little. Oh, we're gonna cause a disruption.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, those are the guys that I was talking to. They're cool. There is there's a android there.
Nice.
Well, that was quick.
You would happen upon that sort, wouldn't you?
I'm not gonna ask you not to do it because I know you'll do it anyway. But try to keep it less disruptive. Like, don't make a big deal out of it.
Right, why not? Why wouldn't we want it as disruptive as possible?
If you're as disruptive as possible, then you will completely throw. Yes, it will fuck with Mira and subsequently a Mira, which is what we want. However, it will also completely throw off literally everyone else.
Yeah, but
And that is a bad thing before you say and.
yeah, but yeah, I mean, unless it's burning the town down, then
Please do
People
not
here-
burn the town down.
we're used to egg in the face and that kind of stuff. It's probably not gonna be
A little like throwing food or making weird sounds. That's fine. That's whatever. But try not to.
So essentially they're gonna do, I don't have the exact details, but essentially they're gonna do the equivalent of a performative art protest.
Yeah. Yeah, that
As
seems
long as
fine.
nobody gets hurt, it's whatever. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna be the fun guard.
Or as long as you think the right people. I trust you, Dive.
Yeah, as long as nobody gets hurt, I'm not gonna stop whatever you have planned.
You
Okay.
Nobody that we care about gets hurt.
there's a ping to Percival. As Maka's like, by the way, explain to the others I made a statue today. You might have seen it. And you can like blah to
Right.
the others.
Yeah, and then he will blur about the statue.
Oh, that reminds me. Certain someone. Well, I have a plan. That plan is defacing that statue. We should do it tonight.
Didn't
You get a
Maka
ping. I
make
told
the
her
statue?
to.
Okay, never mind then.
I was about to
I wink.
say, can you wait long enough for me to get a look at it first? It sounds
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah,
All right, thank
gonna
you.
get a look at it.
I'm sure it will be even more meaningful after whatever you do to it, but I'd
was
like to see
going
it
to-
ungraffitied first.
I'm going to question why you would do it, but then, one, that seems like the sibling thing to do, and two, they literally told you to do it, so... Whatever.
Yes, as long as I get a chance to see it unaltered, I don't question that.
Yes.
Yeah. I figure whoever is gonna make a lot of is come along. I look around. Someone could blend into a crowd. I could just do it myself as nobody is volunteering.
Sorry, what were you trying to get us to do?
Maka like puts a little ping in your head again. I needed help with coming up with the poem I want you to write, not actually doing it. I believe you could vandalize it yourself.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Anyway,
There once was a woman named Mira who talked to all those who could hear her.
Good start.
Yeah, she was pretty good at poems. Dive is pretty good at poems, right, Dive?
Yeah. Give me a second, I'll think of something.
We want this
So she would
poem to be
say-
complimentary, not insulting.
And so
Ah,
she
No,
would
if you could,
say-
if you could manage to do both at the same time, even better.
So,
And then she would say in an inimitable way, I'll look everywhere but in the mirror.
ooh.
Ooh.
It was meant to be a sting on the things, and if it was not done by me, we can't. It gives me a pass saying I didn't say anything about all the shit you've done.
Yeah.
What's my puppy growling at? What are you mad
Actually,
about?
Dive is great at that.
Someone's dog in the tavern is very loud.
Dive, give us the diss track.
There once was a girl called Mira who was hated by everyone who heard her. She was right utter twat, and everyone knew that. I'm still working on the last part, but that's the line
That's
I'm wasting on.
awesome.
Everyone but the girl in the mirror.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, thank you for working on it. Definitely, you should keep doing that. Like, face the window while you do it, and yeah. Other than that, I robbed a rich family because some kid was like, "Hey, I want to paint something." Rich family, like power.
Oh, is that?
I'm not entirely sure how I want to paint something and let's rob someone correlate.
I mean, kids acting out against their rich parents,
No,
Are those
I
the kids
don't.
that
That's why I'm asking you to
Correlate?
elaborate.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay. Well, okay. You didn't like go to school, people. That's fair.
Are you talking about the people who are pretending to be homeless?
Yeah.
Ugh.
That's what?
Yeah, there's people who are pretending to be homeless as an art piece. I was like, hey, kid, your parents. And the kid was like, well, I didn't say your parents. Do you want to rob these people who are their parents? And they were like, yeah, if I get to paint their tower. And I was like, cool, okay, that's fine. Get to rob
There
your
are
parents.
rich people pretending to be poor people as a performance.
Yeah,
I
It
put on
sucks.
more. I put on more compelling performances as an executioner, and I was deliberately the most boring executioner that existed.
uh-huh. I mean, I could push them in the leg if you want.
What you get a pink? Why do you think we robbed them?
Want me to push
You
them in the
notice the
leg?
word "we" there?
Wait, what? What?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, I could do a smash and grab, but, like, Micah's great at stuff.
Maybe not bring too much attention to us.
I'm not doing
Oh,
that.
they literally never saw us.
No, I mean with the whole smash and grab thing.
Oh, no. I didn't. That's why. Oh, shit.
Yes, no,
I didn't.
that's
I didn't.
not-
I brought in an expert.
By expert, you mean your brother, right? I'm going to take that as a yes.
Eshe just laughs and shakes her head.
Anyway, Hada, if someone is overhearing this conversation, I will note that I do have a 31 perception DC.
Alright. You don't notice anyone.
Okay, good.
It's really hard to listen in when there's like sometimes there's half a conversation happening.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I can push them in the lake if or dive,
I have my own plans, some things I'm going to do with someone that I met today.
Okay. Cool. Was that everything?
I believe that's everything. I mean, I talked about. I mean, he's just gonna send a ping to Marcus. Like, you got anything else you want to? Any other mysterious things that you've done? Any other houses you've broken into?
A man tried to buy my statue immediately after I finished it. I told him no.
How
Alright,
much?
well, I believe that's everything.
How much do we need on Mira to start confronting her? Because, like,
I mean, if
You
I'm
were
being perfectly honest, the only thing we need on Mira is where is she? Everything
Oh.
else is just kind of
yeah, you know what? I can lock
helpful.
down her exact location because Ashir was talking about talking with her former favorites, and Dive has
I
the whole
acknowledge
plan thing.
That's mostly a personal thing, but we could get more information that way.
Yeah, and I was
Also-
like, I mean, I kind of want to just go, have you three maybe go confront her, and then we see from there whether or not we want to do anything about her.
Speaking of confronting her, if we don't want to do a limerick, A mirror true, a desperate sight, a mirror to a heinous blight, who spites the god of love and death by freezing artist's final breath.
You become a
Not
fucking
bad.
executioner? Jesus.
You definitely, if
Yes,
you
you missed
didn't
your
go into
calling.
the execution calling, you definitely had a calling as a poet.
Eshe looks genuinely touched and just puts a hand on her chest. Thank you.
I will note
If that was, yeah.
that's none of that is coming from the character sheet. All of that is on Eli.
Yo, yeah. That shit's
Obviously.
awesome. Yeah, Eli's good at that kind of
What?
shit.
Our friend who is a writer is a writer? What?
Yeah,
I know, right?
Yeah,
Wow.
thanks.
Do you want to roll
appreciate
about it?
No,
What,
that's
am I-
the kind of shit that I'm just gonna say you do. Like,
You're not crafting?
Mhm.
Hunter said
No,
we'd do
yeah,
that
you're
next
good.
session, hun.
Yeah.
Yeah, dive spotting will happen with the other androids.
so I don't have exact details as why I don't wanna be like whatnot, but essentially it is a like autistic protest about the corruption and what's the word I'm looking for? It's an artistic protest, essentially.
Base. Shit, I had the word and now it's gone. Performance art is part of it.
Yeah. But it's
I love both poems. One, because I actually really, really love limericks.
Limericks are fun, and I liked it. I liked the version that Mooney came up with that too.
Yeah.
Dive, do you want to come along and face the statue?
Nah, I don't really care about a statue.
You get a ping? Damn. What did I do to you?
Well, I'm sure it's a very nice statue. I just got other things I'm doing.
You're talking to that clown. What did you learn?
Jack
Nothing.
and shit.
Okay.
But I've been telling everyone in town many things.
That's
Clearly,
Alright.
I'm the one that knows exactly what's going to happen with the choosing ceremony. Or at
Yeah,
least
rich
I
people
think they
started showing up at the lake, and then you started showing up.
Oh no. But hey, I met someone cool there, so it wasn't all bad.
Yeah.
Well, if that's everything, I will turn in for my 2 hours, and then I think I might go for a nighttime walk.
That
Yeah.
sounds lovely. I will
know what?
take my walk a bit early and get a look at that statue.
Yeah, I was also turning for my 2 hours.
All right, I should be back before the two of you wake.
Yeah.
And that is what Eshe will head out and do.
Percy's gonna leave some money on the counter if Maka wants to come in and get a drink, and then he'll head up.
Maka will eventually turn in, but like for real, because I still am the only one who fucking sleeps.
He's the only one that has to actually sleep a full 8 hours.
And he's not,
So, yeah,
even,
he'll
like,
just-
he's not petty about it. He's like, you know, it's a little sad that I'm still the only one who requires sleep.
I'll sleep sometimes.
He would leave some money on the table, let Maka know, and then turn in for his 2 hours. And then when he gets up, he'll go for a nighttime stroll.
so you go for a nighttime stroll. The poem is defaced onto the statue.
Yeah, I go deface the statue with the poet.
Yeah. And I
with
think
my
that's a good
excellent
place-
handwriting.
Yeah, and I think that's a good place to call it there.
Yeah.
All right. Then, as always, thank you all so much for playing with me. Thank you, Zero, so much for streaming, and thank you, Hatter, so much for DMing.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all. I hope y'all are enjoying Last Light. It's
I very much am.
It's all-
Yeah.
I don't
love-
know.
I-
Oh, sorry. Go
I
on.
love playing it. I hate the place.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, this place sucks.
I don't know about
Yeah!
you, but I'm having a wonderful time here.
Yes, we're having a great time.
Dive is having an
Eshe
amazing
doesn't
time.
mind the artifice nearly as much as most of you do, because in part she hasn't entirely noticed it.
Nina didn't like any of the fucking like performance shit until Nina was like, okay, please. And then she was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm getting to make a spectacle out of things. I get to be like, oh, there's a message here.
Yeah, Dive likes it here.
I'm
Dive gets
so
a little
glad.
shit. And Dive enjoys being a little shit.
Yeah.
Everything's a performance, even when it's not. Let's see. Is anyone to raid? I don't think so, but I'll check.
I appreciate
Yeah,
the like fucking backup dances drama.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh
And,
yeah.
Is that
I'm
a
very-
reference to that play?
No, it's not. It's a
Okay,
reference to something else actually, and it'll.
My first thought was Tanya Harding, I think was the name.
I'm gonna be real with you. All of that is a reference to a thing, but it has nothing to do with an actual ballet or
Yeah.
actual
Okay.
actors.
That's fair. The one I'm thinking about is okay, Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding. Tanya Harding was an ice skater who hired a goon to
Right.
break the knees of Nancy Kerrigan.
Right? Yeah. No, that has nothing to do with that. Anyway,
Okay.
thank you all for joining us. All the new faces, all the old faces, all the friends, and all the strangers that are yet to become our friends, and those in the future with the time machines. Thank you as well. And until next time, don't forget to spread the weird with not Austin. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.